Going live. Let's see how we go. After the intro.
The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Action.
Yeah, it's looking good. Okay, yo, I think we're back to the desktop now, finally, after the intro. Okay, we got a special guest here, MoJo, this time, to talk about his latest UFO captures. So I've just got a few things to set up here, placed around the title. And we'll go from there. We've got a few things to cover today. You can talk now, MoJo, if you want to. Are you there, all right? Are you still with us?
Hello? Hello?
Hello. Sounds like you got a jet plane in the background again. I think it's... Maybe you got a loud computer there.
Oh, do you want me to turn the gain down?
I think it might be alright. It's just that the cancellation, because you're not wearing a headset, it takes a wee while to kick in for Jitsi bullets.
Okay.
And it looks like it's cancelled your fan noise out now.
Okie dokie.
A wee bit.
Yeah, it's pretty hot here.
Yeah, I can still hear a wee bit of the fan.
Okay.
So the fan noise
I don't
will
know
be
if
high.
I just shut it off. Yeah, I have, it's like 90 plus outside, and that's the air conditioner, so.
Oh, right. Yeah, that does make a lot of noise. We should be alright though, I think. It's just this high frequency noise I'm hearing in the headset. It might give infrasound. It might make people feel a wee bit queasy or whatever you call it, uneasy.
I don't know what I can do.
Yeah, I can just hear it. It's a bzzz.
Okay.
Oh.
Let me try shutting it off. And,
No, it's alright. It's alright. It's fairly minor. Yeah, I don't hear it now, but yeah.
Okay.
Generally, you can plug in a headset, just a normal headset in that you use for walkie-talkie into your laptop, and that solves the problem normally.
Yeah, I don't have that kind of headset.
Yeah. That's all right.
But we should be okay. We should be okay. There's no more fan noise.
Yeah, but you'll get hot.
Well, I'll just have to sweat. It's all right. It's worth it.
Yeah. We're just waiting for a few people to drop on. Anybody out there on YouTube? I think we got 2 watching, but could be just Mojo and me. I'm not sure. We normally get a few lurkers.
Okay.
We are now live. Looks like Michael King, he's playing games. Now, probably do a recap who you are and all that sort of business. So explain who you are, and we're sort of knowing each other going back a fair time now. So
yeah,
but everybody's probably seen my analysis of one of your famous captures in 2011, and people still think you might be a hoaxer. So yeah, so we'll go through all that. So yeah, introduce yourself if you want to, first name or whatever. Or if you want to keep it anonymous, just say you don't want to say your name and whereabouts you are at the moment and where you've been from. Currently, you're back in Oregon, I guess.
Yep, I haven't left Oregon. I was in Florida to see my dad for a month, but I'm still here in Oregon. I'm Joe, and I have some video in my archive, and it's, I think, from 2010 to 2017. So there's a history of continuity, both with aerial and near ground phenomenon. So I say take all the video evidence as a whole. Maybe you won't like a piece of video evidence, but
as you know, I'm very critical even of my own captures. So and we got to always be the middle ground and always analyze stuff properly, because we can get fooled quite easily.
Absolutely.
So, have you hoaxed anything in your past, as everybody keeps asking?
No, Paul. I just film and I let the video people decide. So I just take my part in filming. And
so, what do you think when people say that you got helpers there wearing latex masks to fake aliens in the forest? What'd you say to that?
Go ahead and reproduce it. Go ahead and reproduce it, okay?
Yeah.
So it's just been me. I've been very private of where I film. So I'm just not apt to take people out and hoax. It's not worth it to me. It's definitely not worth it. Yeah. And I kept ads off my channel for so long. And then, of course, Google puts ads on my channel so that people might think I'm trying to get money from my channel. I'm not monetized at all.
I've got money from my channel, but it runs at a loss every year. I think to make money in this game, you have to be a grifter shill. Like Secure Team and Third Phase on the Moon, and a few others out there who promote anything and everything as a UFO. I don't. I debunk the 99% junk and try to get to the good stuff, multiple witness count cases and all that sort of stuff. And we might get Robert Farmer back on to do a show soon as well. He hurt his back and he slipped over a mop in his kitchen, and he was in hospital Christmas. He was in hospital for Christmas. Right, it's taken him it's taken him 6 months to be able to feel good again. So yeah, he's had to wear a back brace, but he'll be coming on the show again eventually. Again, he said. So we'll see what happens. So yeah, just refresh people. MoJo is the one that features on my homepage here that I did a week analysis on and a week of editing. Normally the home tab.
Okay.
Go to the home tab here. And I got it broken up here into pool zone experiences with paranormal and whatever videos I've captured. And right underneath that is the best cases and must watch episodes, and MoJo features on the very first episode there, along with the other famous disc UFO from UK. And then below that we got my old documentaries I did when I first started the channel. And then I got my Skywatch series underneath that. And then we got members ones, so you'll probably feature in that somewhere too. But I haven't got you at the front there on that one. Oh.
Okay.
Let me just go back a bit. So normally what you do is click on the headers to get all the videos shown. If you use the scrolly thing, it only shows you about 32 or 12 of them. So if you click on members header up there, it gives you a whole list in a matrix.
Okay.
And you'll be down there somewhere repeated, I'd say. There you go, down here.
Alright.
We'll just play a clip of your thing here to remind people, in case they haven't watched it. And make sure the audio is good. Let us know, anyone in the side chat.
Around the structures of what I see of the eyes and head shape, and you can see it looks like a
so yeah, everybody said it was pixelated. It was off a handy cam.
Well,
20-year-old technology.
Absolutely.
And I spent a lot trying to enhance that for the interlace that was happening. That's the problem with the cameras with the interlace. If you move it slightly while you're filming, it distorts the image. The technology back then, the CPUs weren't as fast as they are in the phones nowadays. So, yeah, I suppose you don't still use the handy cam, do you?
Actually, I do.
Oh, God, no.
I still have it, Paul. That's because of the lens, the optical zoom. You can't beat those Sony handycams for optical zoom. And so, unless you want to spend thousands of dollars for new lenses, and I definitely don't have that.
Yeah, but it's only 48i. That's so crappy. No one uses interlace anymore.
No.
4K is good stuff, you know. So I can bring up cameras in the house here, although it looks like some cobwebs on some of the cameras again.
What do you use to film at night?
Well, these are all set up. These are all static. These are all static cameras, apart from this one here that I can control. I can control this one and go up and down. Hopefully, it's having a problem with the LAN card in it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. Eventually, it comes right. I think it suffers moisture in winter, but you can see we can control the outside camera on that one.
Pretty cool.
and I can switch
How
back,
much,
and
how much
we got
was that setup?
thousands, a couple of thousand, not like too much, all from China. There's my dual lens one. Gets away from the fisheye, gives you 180 degrees visibility. So that's where the other camera is at the other end, pointing this way at the tree, up to the peak of the roof. It comes this way. Yeah. And as you can see the stars at the night, you can see it's a pretty crappy day outside at the moment. And we got the other side of the house looking the other direction. So yeah, if anything happens, it's 24/7 recording. This is a fisheye camera. You can see it's bent here. It looks like we've got some there is some water damage here, which is not too bad, but as long as we can see the sky, that's the main thing. There's a little bit of a black mark there from water damage. This one looks outside the window. This is going through a window. You can see a wee bit of reflection, but that just protects the camera that's outside here. The beehives are finally disappearing that Dad's put up here. And then we got the other side of the house, because the other camera's over here. So this is another fisheye camera view. So we got the whole house covered pretty much. And we got a dual camera out this way here. Looks out the front of the house into the corner. And we got the whole sky covered, right? So if there was like a major event, it should be able to capture it, right? But these are quite heavy and not really designed for sky watching, but they are starlight capable, and these dual cameras are the best I've got, and they're 4K by 1080p. But you want really something like that on a camera, a mounted shoulder camera, something like this, where you get the whole scene. And I think once they get it to the next sensor level, these will be double the depth, I think. Maybe even wider, a wider view even as well. Let's see what the Chinese come up with. So I can shrink that down there. It's quite good, you know. I got the hallway and stuff covered here at the moment. They're normally not on there.
So what do you think? What do you think I should invest in? What camera?
Well, normally you got to be careful who you buy it from, but I get it from Aliexpress, and then I read the reviews and just make sure I choose it from someone that's a good seller. But yeah, I normally go to Aliexpress, and you can just use a credit card. So this is MoJo's video here that we're looking at. Everybody's probably seen it by now. A UFO over a swampy waterway with these long weeds that get on the way that you get in Oregon. And it sounded like it was pumping up water for about 3 minutes, wasn't it? And that just went all silent, all the lights turned off, and I guess it zoomed off at hypersonic speed in the darkness. We don't see where it goes to.
No.
But yeah, unfortunately, you didn't notice the alien grey at the cockpit, else you would have focused more onto that. But yeah, we tried our best to stabilize it here and capture it. So this might be the only video that we know of that actually shows an alien grey inside a UFO. But no one out there believes it, including James Fox. No. He was offered the source, and he didn't get back to me. He wasn't interested. No. That's his loss, really, isn't it? A lot of people think this is like a big ambulance, and I said, well, I haven't seen, there's a picture here of it in the chair. I haven't seen any ambulance with a huge chair in the ambulance like this for driver's seat. It's a huge chair. It comes right out here. You can see this thing's wearing all black, like a black Well, what you can see, it's got no reflections on the clothing from all these big spotlights around it. It's not reflecting anything off the clothing at all.
No.
But yeah, it's a big space, and I think there was another alien walking inside there. Couldn't quite get it.
Yeah.
So if that's the ambulance, there's a fairly big ambulance. So a lot of people saying it was two ambulances side by side, putting on the lights and stuff. But yeah, unless they can prove it over the whole video, it's just nonsense, really. So here's another one on Hearts where you can see more of the background behind it. Here you can see it goes on for a fair distance. Looks like it's tilting its head there, actually. But that's an interesting one there. You can definitely see the big chair it's in.
And then sort of bends down and heads vertically.
Yeah, you can see it's got its head bent down. You can see the reflections of the lights off its skull here. And you can see its hand is sort of reflecting, but it's still got the black clothing. You can see the black clothing. So that could be... what the hell's that?
Sorry about that.
So anyway, we'll look at your new stuff you got here. Just minimize that. Here we go, I'm peeled out there. I'll just check who's around. We got currently... We've had 11 drop past on peeled and only currently one watching. Normally you get a few there watching. Rumble seems to have the most people watching, I think, normally. Let me just zoom in that. Only 3 there so far today. It might be a wee bit early. What's the time in America there where you're at? That would be, what, 5 p.m.?
4:15 Pacific time.
So it might be a bit early. People haven't come home from work yet, or whatever. Or out and about and they do in the weekend or whatever. Twitch. We got one person on Twitch watching. And X. X is quiet. Yeah, I'm not the most popular channel, unfortunately, but we do get a lot of people watch it after I've added the chapters, because our shows do go on a bit.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll just have a look at your new stuff here. So this you've unlisted it, and it's only exclusive to us at the moment. So explain what's going on in this video here. Your latest recording. What camera are you using here? Night vision?
I'm actually using Generation 3 night vision, and this is a digital camcorder, so this is actually a lot better quality. But again, it's night vision video, so get what you got.
And whereabouts is the location?
Oregon.
Are you allowed to show a map location of where you are there at the moment, or what?
No location.
Makes it a bit hard for people to visualize where you are.
Yeah, I'm not going to divulge my location even today.
And your reason is?
I've had people in the past trying to find me, and who knows who shows up, right? Nefarious, maybe government, maybe black ops, who knows? I was stalked. That was enough for me.
Right. And you claim that you were hacked as well.
I was hacked as well, yep.
So, how far away have you seen alien creatures from yourself, apart from what's in that video there?
I saw what would appear to be a praying mantis type looking thing. It probably was 6 to 7 feet tall. It was about 75 feet away from me. It lit up the inside of the craft so that I could see it. And I had crossed a creek, and I turned back and I flashed my light. And when I flashed my light, it lit up inside the cockpit. and it seemed from the waist up, I seen the entity lit up by the control panel. Maybe lights from the wherever it was standing was hitting it from the front. So I saw from the waist up. And as soon as I started pulling out my camcorder, it shut the lights off. Mm-hmm. So that was just observation.
Didn't it scare the shit out of you when you saw it? You
know, not really. It didn't have any emotion. It just had big triangle head with round eyes. It didn't make any kind of emotion. It just looked at me, and I probably looked at it for like 10 seconds. And then
so would you say it's very insect? Would you say it's very insect-like, or between a humanoid and insect?
A very insect, very slender, triangle head. The arms were very slender, and I seen it from the waist up.
And what do you think they're doing in the forest there?
I think there's something nearby that got their attention. I think there's an underground base in the wilderness area nearby, and I think these beings or these UFOs were coming by to see what was happening, or they were part of this. What I believe other people have shared with me, that they seen camo dudes on Forest Service roads. It's total wilderness area, and I've heard strange sounds on cloudy, overcast nights, like a jet engine sound that just disappeared. It was there, and then it went totally off. So that was unusual. So I think there's something, either government or working with our government in this general location. Yeah, and that's how I was able to spot and film so many objects, because I don't think they were just coming back for me.
Last year, I think Expedition Bigfoot went there. Serious researchers in the Bigfoot thing. And they were in there with all the top-line gear, thermal and all that. And you could see there was this outline of this big, hairy creature. You couldn't see much of it, but it looked like it was sort of cloaked. And when it got filmed, suddenly these orbs appeared above it, and it disappeared. Just like that, like a portal. Like a portal was opening up. So whenever you see the orbs, it normally means a portal's opening up and a Bigfoot's either entering or leaving the area. And normally then you see military helicopters fly by, and they capture them on the show. So as soon as the Bigfoot disappeared, 3 Black Hawks, or whatever they were called, helicopters, come flying along. But they've also had other TV shows go there. There's another show called Expedition X by Josh Gates, and they went there to investigate recent cattle mutilations in Oregon. And they start exploring the area, and they find not far away like a cleared out area with a concrete pad that looked like for landing helicopters on. Because there was mentions of helicopters dropping and lifting up cattle, and he had a radiation meter, which probably you should have as well. They cost about $70 from Aliexpress. Okay. And it can pick up background radiation up to 100. If it's 100, then you need to get out the area, of course. But normal background radiation goes up to 20 on the unit. So you can go AliExpress and still get them.
Hey, Paul, I did buy a thermal. A month ago. So now I have a nice thermal camcorder, monocular. So hopefully I will get some more interesting stuff.
Yeah. So they got a whole heap of stuff. I'll just go full screen on it. Let's have a quick look, because they've changed the layout of the page. So yeah, get one of these. You can get one of these trimeters, $31 New Zealand. That's pretty damn cheap. What's that? I think that
And
might
that
be a tri.
detects radiation?
That would be EMF, magnetic, and all that. I'd say, and temperature probably.
Oh, okay.
3 in
Oh,
1.
all right.
For $30, that's 15 US dollars. But we want one that's a radiation one.
Yeah.
Here's a radiation one. High sensitivity. 51. It's gone down in price. So that's 25 American. So you can see it's got 406 sold. I think that's a newer version to one I've got. But you can get the older models too, and you got various ones to choose from.
It's not a bad price.
Yeah, it's best to read the reviews before you buy though. So you want gamma, beta, and what's the other one? Gamma, beta, and X-rays, I think it is. USB charging in that one. No batteries. But
Not a bad price.
Yeah, so yeah, you just need to buy a trimeter, does EMF, carry those all around, and radiation, and you might be able to pick up something really strange in a particular area. And yeah, cameras. So let's see, you can get the dual lens camera. Let's see what comes up. They might be cheaper now. Where's my ones? They've normally got these ones you can control. You can set up one direction while you control the other one in the other direction.
Huh. Oh, good prices.
Yeah, you don't want one of these ones though. You want because you have to set that up on a tripod upside down. Otherwise, you want the ones that I've got with the Sony sensor or one of the latest Starlink sensor on it. No, normally put in color there. That always helps, I guess. Color night vision.
And these all work at night, right?
Well, I haven't checked out to see what new ones I've got here. 2 times 4 MP, so that makes it 4K, 800 degrees. So here's a new one here. Fits on a wall box. So it's not the same one I got. My one you probably can't get anymore. It's probably a couple of years old now. Here's a dual lens one. It looks kind of like similar to mine, but they made it round instead. 4K, 8 megapixels, 74 New Zealand, so that's only $40 American. And normally, if you pay a certain amount, you normally get free postage. You don't, but America is always a wee bit more. I think you have to pay extra for America, but everything I get is free postage normally. So that's where I buy all my cameras from. But yeah, you want one that's got MVR support, so you can record it to a machine inside the house, as well as view it directly and all that sort of stuff. Normally you have to look up the specs. But yeah, where's my one? They call it XMI protocol. They have their own sort of protocol. The Chinese, before ONVIF come out, they made their own protocol for LAN, so they could send high quality over LAN. I don't know, where is my one? Normally it was very common to find it. Yeah, I just can't see it right now. Come on, night vision.
Hey, Paul, I wonder if any of these cameras are battery operated. Like where I go is not at my house, and I'm wondering if I could set something up in the field and record constant while I'm out.
Well, you could. What I've done is I've bought a $50 tripod outside and used some what do you call it, cable ties, right? So if you go to my videos here, normally I post videos of what comes off my cameras here and how I set it up. So if you go down a bit. Is that it? So this is the dual camera I've got here, and it's got lens either side. So if I go to there, okay, this is my. So what I've done is I've bought this nice solid $50 New Zealand tripod.
Latest new camera.
So probably about 30 American. And it looks like a little one of those pug dogs, actually, the camera itself, but it's got a lens this side and a lens that side. And it's got full color night vision, and it's got Wi-Fi as well as cables going off to LAN cables, and it's also got an SD card. So as long as you got a 12-volt battery in a backpack, which could be one of those gel motorbike batteries you can have in a backpack, you could easily connect the 12-volt line here and have it on a tripod even if you want to. Shouldn't be too hard to set up, but these tripods are made for the 1 to 2 kilogram P1000 cameras, and this has been outside all year for a couple of years now, and it's still solid, and the cable ties haven't given up. So I figured out a way to tie it onto that, and I can aim at any direction I want to, and the cable ties are pretty secure. And I run it through my window here. I've got another router here that splits it to 4 cameras if I want to, but I probably can get rid of that now because I was putting other cameras next to it to experiment. So we had side-by-side comparison, and also anchor it down with bricks because sometimes we get really good 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts out there. So it survived the extreme weather in New Zealand that we get. And temperatures, and of course a lot of people are worried that it's going to burn out the sensors when the sun comes up in the morning, but these cameras seem to have a really good automatic adjuster for bright light, and so it puts a filter in and saves the camera sensor from being burnt out. But
sounds reasonable.
Yeah, so we got some examples here of what quality you get off it at night time.
Okay.
Right here, I think. Oh, I hate this pop-out players that they have on YouTube. So that's at night time there, and you can see the clouds are moving in real time here, moving quite fast actually. That's on IR mode, not color mode. For some reason it always wants to switch to IR mode even though I set it for color mode.
That's pretty good quality.
Yeah, that's nighttime IR. And you can see the moon's not even come through there. Once the moon comes out, it's like daytime on the camera. I'm just trying to find one where I got it day and night time. Here. Okay, so these ones, sample color night vision, jet passing overhead. So that's the same camera, but One is in color mode and one is in IR mode only. Okay, so that's at night time. What was it? 9 o'clock at night. 9 p.m. No sun. And it's just picking up a light from the bathroom here. Through the window here. And you can see it just illuminates everything there. And here's the IR mode. You can see more stars. You know, you can see little dots. And this is overexposed, right? That's the problem with infrared only. It overexposes things. And you can actually see the contrail. Although it's not a contrail, it's like a heat trail coming off it, right?
Yeah.
And then I do a zoom in. Here's the zoom in. So that's the color mode. So you can see the stars now.
That's the sort of quality, though.
Yes, that's the quality you need. And that's IR. You can see just the blinking lights there, but you got no color. So yeah, not bad for $40 US, right?
Not bad, not bad. Not
bad. What's that one there? This is on my older one that I've modified security camera that I've turned upside down with a 20 times zoom. And that's the quality I get from that. You can see the quality of the jet passing overhead. There it is there, and that's it zoomed in here. So that's on the one that I can control, move it left and right, and zoom in 20 times. So the star pretty much fills the screen if I zoom in onto it.
That's nighttime?
No, this is at daytime, this one.
Oh, okay.
The editing's got a little wobble on it for some reason. I think it's part of the bug in Vegas Pro or whatever, but yeah, I sort of did a picture-in-picture of it zoomed in. And
that's pretty good.
This is at nighttime here on the other ones, which is the fisheye 4K ones. Actually, I think this one might be a 2.5K. And this is at 3 in the morning, is it? Oh no, past midnight, 1:30 midnight. And it's a full moon, and it just looks like it's in daytime, right? You can see the blue sky, you can actually see the stars, right? You can zoom into it. You can see stars there. It's pitch black outside, and you can see the street lamp, right? So that's the Sony sensors you get nowadays, and the Chinese have duplicated it in their sensors now. But yeah, it's not bad for a $40 US fisheye camera. That's a 180 too. I prefer to have the dual lens ones where it doesn't distort the image, right? So yeah, you can see the comparison there. So yes, you could set it up on a tripod. You could have a little small gel battery. It could run the camera off pretty all night long, probably. I had some security batteries, what do you call it, lithium-ion ones that you use for security cameras, and I got 3 or 4 hours out of a fully charged one. Normally, you use it for backup power when the criminals try and cut your street power. It runs off an internal battery in the casing. You can buy those from Aliexpress as well. But yeah,
well, looks like it.
Anyway,
looks like I'm worth an upgrade.
Yeah. The problem is only the big cameras, the big security cameras, they're pretty big. Let's see, where was I modifying it? When my first one I bought, I thought it's going to be a small camera like this one. These are only like these dual ones. Let's see, 1, 2, about 4 inches wide and 1, 2, 3 inches high. These ones here, They're fairly big, but you can see the tripod fits a P1000. It gives you an idea how big it is. I just played that earlier.
Camera.
I'll get a close up. Okay, so you can see it's 4 inches wide and 3 inches tall. And you could connect that to your smartphone and run it out in the field on the smartphone on the tripod. And you could capture it on your phone. Yeah, and just do peer to you can do peer to peer with it, you know, from the smartphone directly to the camera. It'd be a good one for $40 just to get one and have a play around with, you know. So Aliexpress is the way to go, but yeah, I can't seem to find that particular brand, but maybe one of these other ones. Normally I've put in XMI, it's called, which is the type of protocol they use. It comes with all the other protocols added on. Not all cameras have all the protocols, you see, but you want one to get that's got that support, so it supports most things. So normally you just have to check out the specs and things, because you'll get a camera, it'll be like a baby camera, it have limitation, and they expect you to sign up on the cloud to be able to use it and all that sort of stuff. But if you get one that goes to one of these boxes in the house, which I have, those cameras all work on it. It's recording to the box in the secure location. It records on the SD card on it as well if it's got Wi-Fi. The normal LAN cable ones don't have Wi-Fi cards as backup, but you can have it going to the SD card and to the NVR at the same time, and also you can connect to your PC or phone at the same time. Yeah, so
I see some of the prices for $6.29 New Zealand, the one you're on right there.
Yeah. Let's see. Power over internet. It's got the latest 265 IP67, so it's splash proof. But normally I find I have to tape up other holes. Like I see, it's got a mic hole there. Keeps changing it when the mouse goes over it. Any other holes where water gets in, I put tape over it just to make it even better, waterproof.
Yeah.
But these ones look like they're round with double lenses and them, do side by side. Yeah, there's new stuff coming out all the time. But where's my ones disappeared to? I have to find out what the code is. By the looks of it. But yeah, you normally go for just dual lens XMI. Used to be one of the first ones to come up because it was so new. XMI. And 8 megapixel you want. But they've probably got higher than that coming out soon, I'd say. For 8 megapixel, $40 US is pretty dang good. Yeah, you're seeing the quality that comes of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe they don't make that model anymore. Well, looks like it. They don't make it anymore. But if they got older stock of those ones, certainly snap them up, you know, if they're selling them for $20 US, you know, that's generally what happens. They might have a whole stack of them that didn't sell, and newer ones are out now with more capabilities, and the older ones are just as good, you know. Yeah. I'll probably have to log into an account and find out if they still have a web page of it anyway. But anyway, we'll just carry on.
Well, I think it's worth exploring and getting something I can just set up and while I'm looking, just have it running.
Yeah. Indeed. So we play this clip here. So you're filming these orb lights or lights. Do they go upwards at all, or are they just hugging the treetops lights?
Well, in this little clip that you got up, you notice the lights on the hill, but right above it is a tiny little pulsing light directly above the lights on the hill. And then above that light, something is moving right to left in the sky. So this is like a minute-long video or so. So it's not very long. And I did zoom in on a post edit. So the original video is, of course, more image, but this is a slight zoom in.
Okay, I think I can see a pulsing light here, but isn't that just the stars?
Well, if you follow it, it disappears though after, and it doesn't show up in the original like opening. There it is, right above, right on the horizon.
I'll just go full screen on it.
Yeah. So that light on the hill is pulsing, and then above that light, there's another dim object that moves right to left. So yeah, see right on above the light.
Yeah, these ones look like stars, don't look like they're pulsing.
Okay.
And I think the camera's just trying to synchronize over stars.
Okay. All right, now look, keep looking. See the dim object in the sky moving? Just can you see it? It's moving. It went behind the trees. And it's just going below the hill now. So you have to go back. You have to hit.
So these lights here, there's one here on the edge. So I said to you, couldn't that be just simply military people doing an exercise, and they've got these lights on the top of their heads, you know, to see where they're walking? Because it looked like they were going up a trail here to me. It looked like they were going up a trail on the side. It looks pretty steep there. But military do that sort of shit, you know, in the dark, where they try and capture each other's camps or whatever. Normally you need like a bionic ear to see if you can hear anything. You should get one of those that they use on the Expedition Bigfoot.
Oh, that would be cool.
I think you can get them for like another $30 US. Yeah, once you get onto AliExpress, you'll be buying all these things. Just give them a try out, even if you throw it away in the garbage. Yeah, get one of those bionic ears, and you might be able to pick up Bigfoot and all sorts.
Yeah. All right.
So it looks like they're moving sideways here. To me.
They are, and then they go up the ridge. They go up to the ridge line eventually, but on this video, there's that little pulsing light right on the ridge line above it, and then above that pulsing light is another dim lit light moving right to left above it. And
you're saying
we'll just
a
watch
pulse.
it.
You're saying that there's a pulse. You sure it's not a star? You'd probably have to overlay a star.
I'm not. Yeah, it might be. It might be. But nonetheless, above that light is another light that's going to show up. So just keep watching and that light there. Now, above that light from right to left is a lit object moving. So let's just play the video and I'll tell you when it shows up. So hit play.
Yeah, I have hit play. Are you watching YouTube or are you watching Jitsi screen?
Oh, I'm watching the YouTube screen. I'm sorry.
Yeah, YouTube's 30 seconds behind, up to a minute behind.
Okay. So let me watch Jitsi.
Yeah, you should be watching Jitsi.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So
okay. What I can do is I got a thing I can draw on the screen, right? So where's the pin gone? I think it might be underneath yours. I can open up this. I haven't tried it for a while since I've installed it. this thing here, it lets you draw on the screen.
Okay.
Like that.
Oh,
you can
cool.
choose.
Alright. Okay.
And you're going to raise it, and you can choose bigger ones. Like that. Different colours. Different sizes. So here we go. So we got blue.
Oh, okay.
Red. Probably green, is it? Yellow. Grey. And white. And then you can erase it off the screen again. So you can bring up looks like we chopped it off here though.
Alright, let's go. Let's go back to that video.
I have to move that sideways a bit. Yeah, let me just bring it up. No. Gotta bring up your one again. Where is it? Oh, right, I gotta click on that to turn it off. Erase. No wonder I can't click things. You have to click on the little cursor there when you want to use your normal windows.
Okay.
There we go. Now I've got that sorted out. And you can go big screen. Now if you want to doodle it, so just click that off. Click on the pen.
Oh, okay.
And we should now we can draw on things, you see.
Oh, all right.
So we're going to say
Paul,
we're looking at these lights here, but above here you're talking about blinking lights.
Yeah, right. And above that light is another light moving right to left. So as far as the light that could be a star, I just ask you, why does a star not stay there? It disappears. So that pulsing light on the horizon disappears. And so that's why I don't think it's a star. And also the object moving above it.
I think it might have moved actually too. I think it's gone near the tree. Before it was... I think before it was more in the middle there, and now it's over here. I thought I saw it.
Yeah, so I just think that's interesting.
And they're moving that way, but in the full video they go upwards as well, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
And then they go over the hill and disappear.
Yeah, and then they show up again.
But it doesn't mean it's aliens though. That's the only problem, or orbs or whatever. But
right. I never do say what it is. I just show the video.
Now let's go back to your full video.
All right. Okay.
So you might be able to capture something a bit better yet. But I think you need to improve with the dual cameras, right? Go full.
Yeah.
Dual camera. I was pretty sure you could be able to do what I'm saying. You could modify it and have a backpack to power it off 12 volts. Now you can get those little hand-side motorbike ones, right? They're not that big. Let's just have a look. Just want a gel 12 volt battery for a bike. That won't leak or anything. Ultra deep cycle battery, but some of them can get expensive. I think that one's like 2,000. That's for like off the grid sort of stuff. 51 amps. That's probably all you need. Something like that. I'm not sure how big it is. 720 New Zealand, is it? That's 300 US. That's quite expensive. Deep cycle batteries. Scooter motorbike ones. Yeah, they're quite expensive, those ones. But yeah, you can shop around. That
one's only $50, and the one above showing $69.
Normally gives you the sizes too. You can get little ones that go more vertical rather than long ways. But you don't want something. You don't want something that's too heavy to carry around. But scooter ones wouldn't be that big, I don't think. So you can get the long ones. You got the ones going more vertical.
Yeah.
Bike power gel.
Yep. Those aren't too expensive either.
Yeah, you probably could shop around and have a look.
Yeah.
But you also got the lithium ion ones you can use, back power backs, like security. But I would probably go for the motorbike gel one though myself. The security camera battery. Security. So you get ones like this, which are iron. I suppose what do you call it? Lithium ion.
Yep.
Yeah, like this, where you can make an adapter on it and black red line off it, go into your camera. But you probably have to get make up a cable for it yourself. But the cables you probably can buy pre-made. But normally you can do it quite easily. You get ones that got screws on it, and you can just insert the cable into the DC connector and screw them on. I got a few of those. So there's the lithium ion ones you can get, and they give you a couple hours power. You know,
that's pretty cheap.
And they're more expensive than the normal gel ones too. They end up being, but they're much lighter and easier to carry.
Yeah.
So lots of options out there now. So yeah, where is your latest one? That was this one.
I don't think it's under. I think it's under videos. The video tab.
This one here, wasn't it?
Yeah, that no, the third one to the right. That one.
That one. You've put more up since I've looked.
Yeah.
Yeah, just click on that one. Let's have a look.
I show the people the daytime view. That's the one you saw as well. Yeah.
So at this stage, we don't have the aliens or Bigfoot orbs or or just people camping or military or what.
This is probably after an hour of sky watching, and then these lights show up. They just show up. Can you keep recording with this, Jesse? Can you keep
Jesse
recording on this? Yeah. All right, stay on it. Stay on it, brother.
So what's this, a 720p or what are we looking at here? These
in terms of what, Paul?
Pixels. Normally they're pretty low pixels, these green screens, aren't they?
Yeah, this is a Generation 3 night vision, and it has pixelation, so that's what we're seeing.
So there's a star blinking there, but that's not the one we were seeing earlier.
No. That little snippet earlier is not in this video.
Oh, okay.
Not moving necessarily.
Jesse, is it still lit up?
So
Yep.
we do get noise occasionally. Look, there's noise.
Yep.
But this one looks like a single light source at the moment.
Uh-huh.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Here it is. Okay.
Looks like it's moving.
So guys, this is moving.
Now it looks like it might be. It might be multiple sources now. See, could be three guys standing next to each other with headlamps on, right? course,
It
that
could
might
be.
be. It might be military that wearing those infrared headlamps, so that's why you're picking it up so good with your night vision. Did you see the lights with your own eyes?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So there might be optical as well as infrared light source at the same time, you see. Sometimes they just have IR illuminators that illuminates things so they can pick it up with a gun sight and shoot, right?
So guys, this is that light on the hill. It's the end.
So you're saying this is 3,000 feet up, and that's even higher
Around
up here?
Yeah.
You're saying this is 3,000 feet, or where you are is 3,000 feet?
I'm saying where I am is about 3,000 feet, and this is higher.
So what's the top of the mountain range here then, since we haven't got a map to go by, or Google Earth?
You know, I never checked the elevation. I'd have to look it up. I'd have to find it. But it's a couple of 100 feet higher than where...
You never thought about going into that location there to investigate the ground?
Well, I show you a daytime view of where those lights are, and it looks really steep. So,
what would be handy here is probably a drone. One of those really good drones that can fly for 30 minutes. They use it on Expedition Bigfoot. You should actually check out Expedition Bigfoot. Season 3, I think it was one of the better ones, or Season 3 and 4 were pretty good. Go and download it and have a watch.
I will, but I do have a drone. I have a DJI Mini 3 Pro.
Would it get that?
And it was windy up there. That little thing won't hold up in the wind up here.
I thought the DJs are pretty good. They're not sort of crash resistant, but they could crash into those bare trees here though, because they ain't got no leaves sticking out the side for the sensors to detect, because it would have infrared motion sensors, so it could not crash into poles and things. I would have thought, but the DJI Mini 3 just has a regular camera lens, and it doesn't take gusts. This night you can hear it. You can hear the wind in the microphone. You can actually hear how windy it is. The mic picks up the wind noise. So I couldn't fly the drone because of the wind that night. Yeah, on the TV shows they have those great big huge metal ones that can even be tethered to the ground from a 12-volt battery on the ground, and they can fly it, have it stationary in the sky upwards, like having it looking down. That's what they do on Expedition Bigfoot. Go and check out their technology. That they get a lot of current technology, the best sound detectors and all that from the military, and they use it for Bigfoot hunting. It's quite cool. Show you to go and check out to see the tech they're using. But yeah, they can fly this drone up with a tether from the ground, and it can be there all night long filming without worrying about the batteries running dry.
Yeah, that would be the way to go.
Yeah, and you got bird's eye view looking downwards with thermal as well as regular camera. But now,
Paul, look at that video. It has more than 2 lights. Look, separated there.
Yeah.
You can see the separation between the lights.
Yeah, so I was saying it looks like 3 or 4 people could be there in a line, right?
Up on the top of a mountain.
Yeah.
So it's separating there now.
If you could just...
To me, it looks like hikers. Well, when I've seen the Bigfoot ones, I normally have the orbs flying around, and some of them shoot offwards, right? They're really strange. You can capture something like that with the orbs actually going upwards, and then you can eliminate it being people on the ground, you see?
Yeah.
Pan, show the people the perspective where we are, the hills. Not all around, but just...
I know where it is.
Okay. Is it still...
Yep, there's 2 of them. Still there.
Tell me when it lights up again, because I don't see it.
Well, it's still there. It's still there.
Tell me when it lights up, because I'm not seeing anything in the camcorder.
Oh, I still see it.
I'm getting nothing.
Now,
Oh, here, take this one then.
I don't think it's anything like LE balloons or drones, because it's not getting high enough up.
That was
But sometimes you do
No.
get the LED balloons bouncing around on the treetops as they're losing their gas. Drones would be obvious, and you probably would hear it from that distance, maybe. I don't know. Which way was the wind blowing? Towards them or towards you?
I think the wind was blowing. Let's see. I think it was coming from the right of the camera towards the hill. So
Okay.
to my right and towards the hill.
So you wouldn't hear any noises carried then, probably.
No.
Probably don't need that open now, do we? Okay. There we go.
You can already see that those lights have
Okay, I'm going
moved.
to shut this one. Stand by. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, it's still there.
Yeah, eventually I just skimmed through. Eventually it goes up on top of the hill, doesn't it?
You're
Yeah.
right here. I can see it.
There you go. They're on top now.
Yeah.
Then I think they go over, so it definitely looks like
Is there a
trampers to
flashlight
me.
somewhere? Oh, look it. Wow.
But that people might be able to work where you are by the star locations here and suss it out the hard way.
They probably
but,
could.
See it, right?
Yeah.
well, certainly the government and people keep an eye on this would be able to suss it out and say, oh, he's there at that location.
There.
Yeah.
Wow.
Probably.
Yeah.
It's right there, Joe. Can you see it now?
Now there's that star, is it, or is it a light that's come off it?
Oh.
I've got it zoomed in, right?
I just heard someone.
Yeah.
Is that pulsing light that's come
I
off
literally
there?
just
Go
heard
that way. Go left. go that
I
way.
literally just heard someone.
Is it a star or is it a pulsing light related to
I
it?
think I think those look like stars to me above it.
Yeah. And now
They're
they're
doing the
just
same thing.
now they're going over the ridge.
What?
It's
Oh,
right at the
'cause
top
you-
of the
you-
ridge.
It's quite
Right
interesting though. You were showing a laser pointer at them before. Whereabouts was that? Was it on this one?
I can't remember.
You were showing a laser pointer at them.
Oh, there.
There.
Yeah.
Now, but they've gone now. But did you do it before? I thought you did it beforehand as well. As they were going up, you think if they're military, they responded to that, unless that's an infrared one where you can't see it visually. Only with
No, you can
goggles
see
on.
it. It's a. No, that's a green.
Is that a
laser.
5? Is that a 5 milliwatt one? Is it?
I think it's more.
Yeah, we're only allowed 1 milliwatt in New Zealand. You go above that's illegal and you can get arrested.
Yeah, I think it's more.
Yeah, you got to be careful with showing it at people though, especially up close. It can actually cause spots on the eye that stay there forever. You know, little black dots on your eye. You got to be very careful. You can actually blind yourself if you're not careful. You should always wear glasses when you're using the pointer yourself. You can get filters for it. So yeah, we go to the daytime shot. I don't think there's much we can really do with this one. Daytime was this one here. Already got it bookmarked. So what you normally do is you take a frame from this one in the daytime and overlay it on your nighttime one. and change your transparency and have it come in and out like I normally do. And you could show where it is.
Yeah.
So you got all these dead trees here, which they call widow makers, right? So they can collapse any time at all. These ones, they're all dead. Looks like they're all dead, right?
Yeah.
They're all over the place. Looks like it's been logged there, is it? Or fire's gone through.
Yeah.
Looks like maybe a fire killed off a lot of them there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna zoom
We're
in
about
close
where we're filming
and show you
again.
that
So that's the steep mountain they were going up, was it?
ridge. Yes, it is.
Ridge.
How
Yeah.
steep that ridge is.
Let's have a quick look. Looks like you would need mountain gear to go up there, wouldn't you?
I wouldn't be going up there at night.
So, but there's the ridge they're walking on, I think. You'd have to overlay it. It looks like a ridge here.
Yeah.
And then they went up the side here, was it? You'd have to figure it out. It does look like there might be a path up that way. And eventually they get up to the top here. That looks like a person standing there, though. Or a Bigfoot. That kind of looks like a person. But I suppose it could be a top of a thing. Did that move at all?
I don't think so.
Sometimes sometimes you look and you think, oh shit, there was someone standing there.
Lights were last night on that very steep.
Because Bigfoots are really clever. Apparently, they can blend in rocks and trees, and they can climb up trees. Right? There could be someone standing on, hanging on a tree there, even.
Ridge, look how steep.
You're moving it around a bit there.
Yeah, and then we did see a single light over off this hill back here. Over off this hill. So that's what it looks like.
You need like have you got a P1000 yet? You need a P1000 so you can just zoom right to the top of the ridge with the telephoto.
There's absolutely no road up there where those lights were allowed.
Yeah, so you can see you ain't got the quality there. You need a P1000, a Nikon, but they cost about $1,000 US still. When you compare it to the dual color ones for $40 US for that quality we're getting with 4K, you can get there with a P1000, but then you're paying for the lens to be able to zoom in a person standing at the top of the hill there, right? And you can see what they're up to. Yeah.
Last night, and you can match up the trees right here from the
where's the thing where we thought there was a person?
The other video.
Where's that gone?
And hopefully, I think it's to the left. Light.
So something there.
To show you, I think it's to the left of where we are showing. If anybody was walking up there at nighttime, that would be so dangerous.
Can't see it now.
Right. So I'm back out because you just passed it. I do. You just passed it. Yeah, right there. Right.
Yeah, I was zooming into.
Yeah.
Right
and
there.
Then to the right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't see that with your eyes though if that was a person. Well, P1000 you might do. You might better zoom right onto that tree there and just scan the ridge line.
Well, I'm gonna go back up there. I'm gonna be doing some more sky watching, and I'll bring a astronomy telescope, and I'll use a digicam. I'll use my camera, and I'll take pictures of that whole slope.
Yeah, so we need to work out where the lights were and see if there was like a ridge here that we're walking along that then suddenly goes up the side of the mountain like before. Yeah. So you need to get hold of the video and just do a VLC snap, right? And then bring it into your
and
editor.
then match up. Yeah, and match up the trees.
Yeah, so you could. Where do you think that light was on this video here?
I think the light was the tip of that mountain. You see the top of that ridge, the tip? Yeah, I think the light was to the left and down.
So you reckon it might be one of these zoom-in ones? Where we can sort of overlay it?
Yeah, you could actually do that. You could actually go back to another one of the videos, the 3-minute video that I zoomed in night vision, and you can match up the trees. You can actually do that.
If you've got a smartphone, put a compass on it, and then you can get the right degrees that you're looking, and then you can line up your other camera and make sure you always got the same location, that, you know, in daytime to nighttime.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go back. I'm actually going to go back up there. I'm going to go back up there, and I'm going to hike over to this ridge, and I'm going to videotape. I'll show you that ridge line.
Where's one where we can take a snapshot off?
Below the hill. And
What do you need?
So
I need the
it's
thermal camera.
there.
It's down.
All right, so right where? Oh,
I'm there.
okay. So
something crazy
go
happened
back
there. Yeah.
all right.
I was just trying to get a 1-2 snapshots.
Yeah, look at. All right, see the tree that's broken off, like above the light. See that tree that's broken in half above the light. You can match to the right. Yeah.
Just gonna take that. Stick it in the editor. My poor computer. It's going to have to do a lot of things here. Paste the image. And you can grab it from the daytime one. And I'm not too sure where it's going to be. It's like a little slump in the hill.
Well, we'll use the hill as... We'll use that video. We have to go back, I think, on that video. Yeah. So let's just, and just play it out and then figure out and show you that ridge back there, how steep that ridge is. All right, stop right there. So that's where see the broken. All right. Do you see the trees that are broken off? Yeah, right there. See the tree that's broken off?
There?
Yeah, right there.
Anyway,
can we match up that tree?
Well, you can take a snapshot of that. I'm just showing you how to do it. And then you just paste it in as a layer over top. But because we haven't got the same zoom in, it's going to be a bit tricky, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see the trees are bigger. But what you can do is once you got it overlaid, right, you can then just go to layers, properties, and go halfway here. Makes it daytime to nighttime, right?
Oh, okay.
You know, switch.
I got you.
You can merge it. Plus you got other functions. Instead of doing normal, you can do multiply, where it adds it together differently.
Okay.
And you got one color dodge. So, sometimes you can get a sentence a wee bit better. Color burn, where it adds it together again. It's got overlay.
Oh, I see. Well, definitely can. I'll work on it, Paul. I will definitely work on it.
So I've got something to eat here. Thanks. I'll just put that over there for the time being. Yeah. So once you got the transparency, right? So click OK, and then you can move it around.
Yeah.
Alright. So there's the light there, but where that tree is in the daytime, I don't know. Because we ain't got the same zoom in. And then once you got it lined up, it gives you the same view, and you can switch back to the layers and change it back to full daytime again. And then you can just then you can record your screen doing that, right? You can create like an animated gift. That's how I normally do it when I'm comparing balloons with pattern matching.
Okay.
So there's the light there, but I can't. We haven't got the same ridge. This ridge would have to be lower down, I suppose. We haven't got the right viewpoint. This is where the compass would come in handy and saying settings. But you might be able to do it. You might be able to figure it out.
Yeah, I will try.
I just use paint.net. I haven't updated it for a wee while now. Version 5 I've got. You can also do that in Photoshop, of course. You can overlay the videos and do that transparency thing. But yeah, I find just taking frames and animate it, you know, and just take various frames. Once you got the frame locations sorted out, you can just, as long as you keep it steady on the camera, you can just take 6 series of frames and make even more fancy animations. So you can just put it into Vegas Pro or whatever video editor you want with all those frames, and use that transparency mode as well. You could just have a video track for nighttime, video track for daytime, and overlay each other that way as well. And you can then change the transparency and do exactly what we did with the single frame in the paint.net in Photoshop or Vegas Pro or anything else you're using, Adobe Premiere. But yeah, okay, I suppose we better get on to other topics here.
Okay.
I think we're pretty much caught up with your stuff at the moment. But yeah, I don't think it's really aliens at this stage here until we see some other strange activity going on where stuff goes up and moves left and right and comes back down or whatever. If it was a helicopter flying around with the camp, that would be fairly obvious. But you have got some other stuff here you've done in the past with strange lights moving. But you never got that close. You never got that close, really. I'm not sure if you still got them up. Videos. People said you were filming houses in the forest or camping sites in the forest.
I know. The whole spectrum.
There's one that did actually look like it was filming inside a house, but it could easily be, you know, it could have been a flying saucer as well. I'm not sure which one it was now. And you had Lee Spiegel. He was skeptical of you, the Lee Spiegel guy, and that horrible guy. What's his Dana Law guy? He was terrible, horrible guy. What's his name? Chris Suga. I hate that guy. He called me a Nazi. He called me a Nazi because I was pro-Trump.
Wow!
What an idiot!
Wow.
Yeah. And he called my mother a whore on my own on my video underneath. Wow. Where I was debunking his analysis of yours, saying it was an ambulance. It was a load of crap. Wow. Yeah, prove it across the whole video. Oh, I can. No, you can't. So where's the one where it's moving around in the forest, you know? Oh, I better get out that road. Do you know what it's called? I think it's one
movement.
I know you did
right there.
You did analysis last year, or someone did more analysis of it, or something similar to one of those videos. And it looked like creatures moving around. It did actually. In between the
that was extreme movement.
This one here was it? ET's. There we go. I think it might be this one. Let's have a look. Now, most of the activity you've caught happened in 2011, then it died down.
Yep.
And then you haven't really caught much after that, apart from maybe a triangle passing in the sky, which could have been formation of jets or whatever, but you never caught anything like this stuff where you had really strange stuff happening in the forest that particular year. But it makes sense that they would come back and reinvestigate the area. After. It looked like they were trying to search for stuff to take away, you know, like bugs or plants or whatever, to study the DNA. Right? Where's the movement? I'm just trying to find it in the video.
All right, so those right there's the lights.
Yeah, I'll just mute that noise.
So those are the lights that got.
Yeah.
Those lights get my interest. So I started filming, and then I turned the flashlight on to show you where I'm filming. And as soon as I do that, something moves left to right. It shows up. Here we go, right here. I didn't even know it was in the video until someone told me later. Yeah, right there.
Right. Yeah. Was it like a head? Was it a head of something?
Yeah, like the head and part of the body. But I didn't even know it was in the video.
And something
I'm filming those lights, and something moves over. Yeah, right there. Yeah, something. It looks like from the waistline up. Yeah.
Is it the head there?
Yeah. No. See where that little lit dot is?
Let me just
All right, so I'm filming the lights. I turn on the flashlight to show where I'm filming. And as soon as I turn the flashlight on, something moves left to right. And I didn't even know it until much later. Right, coming up. Right, so there's the tree. Now something moves behind right there.
Yeah, I just saw it. Yeah, something just definitely moves. Is it a Bigfoot?
I think it's a possibility that it could be something moving left to right.
I think you had some other analysis that you tried to do, but it's so far away, right? Yeah. Have you got a green screen? The green screen one would show it better, I think. Have you caught movement in that one? Where's the one of the movement in the forest? There was a lot of movement.
Extreme.
Let me see. What's this
Extreme movement.
There we go. This one. It does look like you're filming inside a building, though, and it looks like a TV on or something.
It does. But if you watch it, first off, look at the left side of the lit area. It looks curvature. So look at how the left side is curved. So right away, that looks kind of not a house. Because look at how the curvature is on the left side of that. And then if you look at where you think there's a TV, look at how that changes colors and size.
Yeah, it looks like a flat TV screen here, right?
Yeah, right,
with stuff playing on it.
Yeah,
the rest of
it
it
does.
looks like maybe a house or a cabin.
Yeah, yeah,
With
but
a-
again, look at the curvature right where your arrow is. It looks like
obviously there's a tree in the way here and a tree there.
Yeah, yeah,
And a
yeah.
tree there.
No, I don't see a tree there. But I do see the curvature of the light on the left side.
And how far away would that be from the camera?
I'm gonna a couple of 100 feet easy.
Hmm.
A couple of 100 feet easy.
Definitely looks like some movement happening there. But is it on
does.
It looks like a TV screen though.
If it's a TV, watch how the TV changes. Look how the TV changes in dimension. It squeezes, it changes. I've never seen a TV do that, ever.
It's reflecting as well, if that's the case. It's reflecting off the floor or something.
Yeah.
It does. It looks like something playing on a TV screen. You sure there was no cabin there? Or campers there?
Yeah, absolutely no cabin there. No, this is on the other side of the creek. There's no cab. There's no road access there.
Did you manage to tramp over there, see if there's any footprints or anything there?
No.
Is that too hard to get to?
I just would have a trouble finding the exact spot because it's all it's along the creek, gravel and trees. Would be hard to find that.
So what do you
spot.
think you're filming there?
I think I'm filming something that's a spaceship, and I'm getting a look at it. I never seen a TV do all those colors. There's things like that. So I think it's paranormal. And there's nothing physical in that location that's...
So you think it might be like a
structure.
door opening on a UFO and you're seeing maybe creatures inside the UFO walking around? Is that what you think it is?
Yes. Yeah, and I have an analysis of this video that I slowed down and I point out some of the weird things you're seeing on that right there. So there's actually an analysis of this video where I slow it down so that we can see some of the weird things happening. If you want to take a look at that, that's a short.
So you don't think it's an ambulance or a fire brigade, which is what people
I
are
don't
saying.
think so. Now look at that picture. Stop it right there. Oh, no, past it. So I've just seen too many strange things happening.
I see something moving around here all the time.
Yeah, I do a slow motion analysis of that. So there's another video after this one that says extreme movement, slow down. Stop right there. What happened to the TV? Look at the white. It looks like a head, right? Popping over the horizontal. Yeah, see the white? Look at the white. That doesn't look anything like a TV.
If only it was a bit in focus, you know.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to work out what this is.
I have no idea. I never could figure that out.
So this could be water, because it's in Oregon, they've got water everywhere. So that could be reflection here, right? And that could be reflection. And this could actually be a shape of a flying saucer behind, with a doorway, with things walking around inside it.
Well, there's
and
something.
I'm not sure what that is. Maybe they've got some sort of orb with a spotlight shining down.
That even changes too. That orb up there changes into little dots. Look how it changes.
So that's sort of like multiple things moving now.
Yeah.
Definitely reflecting off water here, I think. I'm not sure if you had any sound with it. Turn it on.
There is audio, but I'm not. You can hear the crickets. So there is audio.
Yeah. It's interesting, whether it's campers or aliens, I don't know, but only way would be to keep heading towards it. What happens at the end? Do they just simply turn off?
I just stopped filming. Because I didn't know what I was filming.
You didn't know how to get close to it?
No, it's nighttime. I don't have a night vision yet. This is before night vision that I acquired. So I'm just sitting in the forest filming these lights, not knowing what it is till after I do the edit. So I didn't bother to go over there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we might just leave it there for this time and see what you come up with next then. But you have got other stuff on your channel here. I'll promote the channel on the side. Well, actually, you can if you want. But I'll post it on my special. So go and check out all these other videos here and see what you think of it. But most of it's from 2011. He keeps reanalyzing 2011 footage.
Yeah.
Well, you want to catch new stuff.
I hope, Paul.
Okay, let's go now. So that's MoJo's site. So yeah. The creature vehicle was this one, wasn't it? The Mantis creature vehicle. You reckon a strange shape.
Hello. I hope this video they can light.
Was that the one? The Mantis vehicle?
The one. No, this wasn't the Mantis. This was a different one. This was where I saw 4 to 6 little ETs on the craft. It had an open area from the side, and below I show the front looking, how it looks like from the front. And I used 2 videos to illustrate that. Yeah.
Is that would be the craft there, is it?
That is the WoW video. That's the video right there, yeah. So that's the front with a big spotlight aimed at us, and then it powers up and it illuminates the whole craft from the front. See, as it powers up, you can see it's over the water, and it just powers up, and so we're looking at it powering up.
You can see the weeds, the water.
Yeah, yeah.
Looks like a welding torch going on.
Well,
what happens
there's
after
actually
that?
Audio. It just dims out right there. Bang. It just dims out. Bang, just goes out.
Well, I don't see the craft.
Now here's the slow motion. That's the slow motion. Check it out.
Go back to the craft. So you saw this craft with your eyes, but not on the camera. How come you didn't get it on the camera?
This one, the side view, the one that shows the side view with the 4 little aliens. I saw that through binoculars, and it only lasted for about 10 seconds. So the craft just materialized in front of me, and I saw these 4 to 6 creatures right on the deck moving at extreme speed, moving right to left, and then the whole thing just disappeared.
Okay. And what we got
That's
here?
an aerial view. This is a snapshot of the aerial flyover showing the different lighting arrays, how they change. Yeah. And there's the open area between the back lights and the forward lights. You can see a dark open area. This is
I'm just trying to munch on some
close
food
encounter
here.
video.
You're right.
Oh, that's okay. No problem. So they hit me with that light. They're shining this narrow white beam on the side of their craft. And that was the light that hit me in the forest before that power up. Before I showed you the power up. Yeah.
So I wonder what they were doing.
I don't know. Yeah, it's just strange how this thing powers up. Like, just strange. You can see the light bouncing around.
It's way better than Bledsoe's efforts anyway.
Yeah.
So what's your thoughts on Bledsoe? Do you actually believe him? Because I know you're a bit more believer than I am.
Of who?
Chris Bledsoe. His videos.
I don't follow him. I don't follow him. I don't know his stuff. Yeah, I don't know his stuff. So
I think he's a fraud, like most people out there. He's very religious.
Yeah, I don't look. See, that thing lights up, shines the light. It removes the light around a narrow light beam.
You still can't rule out military something going on, right? That's the only
No,
problem.
no, you can't. You can't. But I did see ETs. I saw short grays. I saw tall grays, and I saw what looked like an insectoid or praying mantis.
Right.
So yeah, now you're back to the front of the. Check out these little lights that are moving.
But you saw them, but didn't get them on camera, and everyone thinks you're lying. You say because you saw them, didn't get them on camera. Apart from that one, I analysed, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't really care. I do my best to be a good observer, filming with what equipment I have. And I'm not out to convince anybody. I know what I saw, and I'm not a hoaxer. So I just do what I can, just being a field observer. That's all I am. So check out these little pink lights around the main display. Look how they rotate and move. See how they move around this light? They change location. It's very interesting. That's a reflection there, I think. Of
yeah,
water.
Below is the reflection. Look at the pink light. There's one right there.
I don't see any. Oh, you mean that?
Yeah. Watch how it rotates around the main light source. I show slow motion video, and I show you how it rotates around.
Foggy there?
Huh?
Very foggy.
I'm not exactly sure. I don't think it's fog. I think it's just the light is coming up in luminosity. Some light is brighter, other light is darker. And there's shadow. Now you can see the whole craft. You could actually see the UFO. You can see
I think that's a tree though, isn't it?
Where?
Trees? There, trees.
Right there. Yes.
And trees.
Yeah.
Trees.
Yeah, and between the trees
there's a square bit here which is very unusual, a square bit.
Yeah.
Rectangle.
Yeah.
And looks like it might have.
And there's some.
Yeah, I don't know.
So
it's kind of strange.
Even on the, even on the left side of that lit object, there's some linear feature, almost horizontal line of lights from the main lit area. If you look to the left of the bright light, you see some linear feature, like a line of lighter light.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's kind of unusual.
I don't really see a craft though, but certainly does look geometrical there.
Yeah,
like
and even
a
on the left
triangle
side
bit
it
there.
does. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like a triangle bit there.
Yeah. There's certainly a linear feature on the left side as well.
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So I think this is the slow motion segment coming, or you might have passed it. Oh, here it is. So watch the slow motion segment and watch the pink lights rotate. Watch the pink lights rotate around that white light. Look, see how they move?
Mm-hmm.
See how they move around? That's very unusual. They move around. See how they rotate and move around?
Almost
And
looks
then
like
all of a
plasma.
sudden, yeah.
Boom, lights
And
up.
so, yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
It was certainly strange. And that, before it lit up, Paul, it
Look at
aimed
this
a
thing
light at. I'm
moving
in
over
the
here.
forest.
There's a
Those
little
are
white light there.
artifacts. That little white light is it's a
lens.
lens.
That's a lens.
It's a lens
flare. Lens flare.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see
Yeah,
that
it
now.
is. Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. So I'm in the forest, and a light was aimed at me 3 times before that lit up. So it meant to get my attention. And once 3 times it lit up, it hit me with the light. I turned the camcorder, and then I started filming.
Yes, that's the video I analysed as well.
Yep. Yep. I wanted to show you the structure from the side view. This is a side view of the ship. See how there's no lights in the top middle portion of the ship? They're
So
on
you're
the
saying
left
this
side.
here? You're saying this here is a different video, or the
It's the
same
front.
craft as, or the same craft
It's
as
the
what
same
I analysed?
Yes.
Are you saying
Yes.
it's the same
From the
location?
front. No, it's a different location along the creek.
Yeah, and different
But
nights.
probably and a different night. Yep.
Oh, yeah, because that wasn't too clear, because you went from one transition to another. So this is one night, and
This is one night.
then you switch over to the one I analysed with the aliens
Yep,
at
it
the
happened.
cockpit.
It happened. Yeah, there's the dates on the video, so it wasn't the same day. But I was trying to show you a front view of the craft versus a side view. That's why I made those comparisons. This is a side view. So look, here's all the lights at different places. And of course, that's the cabin area with the lit up ET.
Yeah, which I analysed and got it better. But
Yep, you did. See where all the lights are blinking? So it really tells you what's there is actually bigger.
yeah,
Much bigger.
that's what I did on my video. I took all the frames and joined them all together and saw where all the lights lined up, and it seemed to form a shape
much
of
bigger.
a UFO, and it showed a shape of a UFO,
Yeah.
like a Mexican hat, I suppose,
Yep.
or a cowboy hat
That's
or
the way to do
whatever.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
But people were saying this is fire sucking up water for putting out forest fire or ambulance.
Yeah, Paul, they have all kinds of reasoning, but I don't. They just don't want to accept that it's could be legit.
Do you think someone could have been pranking you?
Absolutely not. Well, first off, they didn't know I was out there filming.
But yeah, you that one, the last one, was in your backyard pretty much. You said back of the house.
The back, yeah, the back one was near where I live. Yep.
So if people would know you're there, and maybe put latex masks on and LED light show for you, and try and prank you to film them. Is it possible?
It's always possible.
But then when I analysed it, I couldn't see anyone walking around. I couldn't see any vehicle body illuminated. It's like they had the big spotlights on, but there was no reflections of bodywork, that you'd expect to get off a car, like you should, you should. But all those spotlights, you really should see a whole side of a car, right? Or ambulance or fire truck, they're claiming. And of course, that's like the paint. The paint, like the clothing they were wearing, was absorbing the light. It wasn't reflecting any light. It absorbed all the lights. I suppose that's a type of cloaking, right? We got someone join us on the side chat finally. Who we got here? Ed Monster. Is there a link to these videos? Yeah, I just posted it above. Have a look there. Yeah, okay, you just spotted it. So yeah, I let people check out your site from there onwards, see what else you come up with, Paul. And we can have a look at future stuff if you think it's anything other than military or whatever, people doing camping or whatever.
Sure.
I think better technology is the way to go, and that's the only way you can prove it's people or aliens or whatever. And also get some of those meters. I think you need like $1,000 of stuff myself. You need to do what I do and get a radiation meter, get a trimeter that does EMF and magnetic field, like they use on ghost hunting, because if both of those go off, that's abnormal. You shouldn't be getting any magnetic or EMF in a forest, right? And if they start going off, you got something going on. You got,
I should definitely do that.
Electronics near you, or at least some power going on. You normally can eliminate it by filming your equipment with it around your equipment, saying this has been calibrated so the equipment that you're holding doesn't interfere with it. But if the aliens have got cloaking technology, they could be standing right next to you and you probably wouldn't even know it unless you bumped into them. But these meters, they probably could detect them, you see. So there's a good chance that the cloaking gives off some radiation and it gives off some EMF. So you should really spend $70. Well, they're probably not that much. $40 each, $80. It's probably well worth getting those two devices. And look at getting one of those dual cameras to play around with on a tripod, like I've got it set up.
All right.
And go from there. You can always resell it, of course, if you find it crap, but or just use it for a security camera around your house.
All right, I will do that.
Yeah. I'm not sure how you're going for money. Are you got any Native American Indian blood in you at all?
A little bit.
Yeah, I thought you might be Indian. Because there's that Venus. I'm not sure if you know about Venus, that she has been abducted. She's got some really strange story. I have got it on my channel, some of it, of her story. But she reckons her house gets engulfed by this light and the aliens take her away and all this sort of stuff. And she's half Indian, native Indian. And she lives in Texas. But I think she was in a different location before she met up with the guy she married, a UFO investigator she married. What's his name? William Pullen, you might know his name, William Pullen. She's married to him now. But yeah, she's got
Well,
some
check it
strange.
out.
She's got some strange stories to tell. Let's see. I'm not sure if
It's
I
on
can find her.
on your channel.
Yeah, under the members section there somewhere. If you go to home tab, I'll post a link to it. Her story is very interesting because the native Indians had interaction with aliens going back to Four Corners, right? Going way back to Hopi Indians, all the way up at the coast of California to Oregon and Alaska. There's a lot of UFO stories and Bigfoot, right? And creatures walking inside caves. Fascinating stuff, you know. But a lot of naysayers out there, and trust me, bros, you know, there's no hard facts of all this thing. It's just hand-me-down stories. So if you go to members, fans, stories, tonight's one will be added to it, I guess, to the end. And I think you just have to find Venus in that list there. Vincent's, Corey's alien, Tommy T's story, Earl Grey, Men in Black, I'm not sure what's in that one. Ghost Stories, Shelley's story. I think that's the first time she come on and started talking about it. And your one, Alien Grey and Cloaked UFO. So really, you should take a copy of that and put it on your own channel if you want to. I don't mind.
All right.
It's been up there
Okay.
6 years now. You can take a copy of it and put it on your channel and say this is from the Out There Channels analysis.
All right.
Venus is here somewhere. Pretty sure I put her name at the front somewhere. Finn. Oh, here we go. Venus Grays. Here, this one here. So it's probably halfway down the list. It's got a lot of people come on and tell their stories over the time. So, she's married to William Paulin. Whereabouts was it now? I'll just bring it up. Yeah. You might be able to recognise her even, I don't know. But she's going to be part Indian. She's quite pretty.
A lot of you have asked me.
She's not. I wouldn't call her ugly. She seems petite. You know, she's meant to be a nurse in a hospital. She's a very nice girl. Anyway, so I copied that link there. I'll post it on the side here. Venus story.
All right.
Go and have a listen. It's crazy. She reckons she could see the aliens inside her TV, but I wasn't sure if she had an LCD screen or one of those cafe ray tube ones. You know, the old ones we used to have.
Yeah.
I tried to get her to come on to interview, but William Paulin doesn't like me apparently. But anyway, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I was part of his Facebook group and he biffed me off when I was saying that the Socorro one, I believe, is the Surveyor 3. He didn't like me debunking that one.
Oh.
This is what happens when you debunk stuff, right? Anyway, I better finish off the rest of the show. I got all these tabs to go through and other video analysis to go through now.
Okay.
So I'll say
thank
good
you,
night
Paul.
now. Yeah.
All right.
And people
Good
can
night. Have a
contact
great
you with the
evening.
links. Hey, Scott Brown's on.
Right.
Scott Browne, you know Scott
Hey.
Browne.
Yeah,
I think he was a bit
yeah.
he was a bit skeptical of your story. I think wasn't he? But
he was.
yeah. But every time I keep asking you whether you hoaxed it, you keep saying no. So But you did say you don't know if anyone could have pranked it or not, but I say it would be an elaborate prank. Like I said, there's strange stuff in that video that I analysed where it just wasn't any reflections of things, all those spotlights around. So if it was being staged, I would expect to see some movement in front of the lights with the flickering, and of course when we zoom in and analyse the alien at the cockpit there, you can see it's in a great big open space inside some sort of craft, right? Whether it's a vehicle or whatever, it's too big to be a ambulance or a fire truck. It's just a huge area, and with my analysis and highlight the background, and I did various filters to bring out in the foreground and the background, it'd have to be like some sort of professional FX movie set if that was the case, and that means you would have spent quite a lot of money developing that, as far as I'm concerned, and hiring people to wear latex. Hired your cousins to wear latex masks or whatever. But the problem is everybody was suspicious because you wouldn't give off the daytime footage of the location, so I couldn't analyse it completely by overlaying, like I was showing you earlier, overlaying the night and day locations and working out the distance away and all that sort of stuff. But you didn't want to give off your location because you didn't want to give away your UFO hotspots and have people come in from outside and ruin it. I just find it a bit shame that you didn't bring at least the MUFON investigators into it, though. Just give them a little clip of the video, not all of it, if you're worried about copyright, and maybe got them to investigate it with their meters and stuff and look for footprints or whatever. Because that's what I would have done if I could. What was the reason why you didn't actually, when the lights went out, walk straight to where it was with the camera? What was the reason that you didn't do that?
That was on the other side of the creek, and I would have had to cross the creek to get there.
Even if you wore waders, or were you afraid that you're going to get quicksand and sucked under or something? Is it that bad?
No, where that was quite deep. It was over my head, so I would have been in pretty deep water if I wanted to.
So it couldn't have been cars there, right? Couldn't have been vans or cars there.
Not right there. No.
It could have been a floating platform.
It seemed like it was higher up off the water.
Could anyone get there with a floating platform is what I'm asking you, to prank you. Is it possible? It's possible,
sure.
But you would have heard something, you would have filmed more of the action going on, wouldn't you?
I probably would have heard splashing in the water. I probably would have saw moving into position. They wouldn't have been moving into the dark on a creek without lights. It just didn't seem logical.
People said it was a bit suspicious. You said, look at this, guys, when you were filming. But they don't realise that you were already putting up videos that you filmed earlier in the month of that year before that capture. And you were just capturing stuff. And this one was your best one you caught so far, and you got excited about it. And said, oh, look, guys, look at this I've got. But it did sound a wee bit like it was staged, when you said that. So a lot of people were a bit iffy about that part of it, the video, of course. And, of course, your high-powered torch. Why was you shining the high-powered torch, Were you trying to attract them, or were you trying to calibrate your camera for low light?
The torch was always used to show perspective, to show where I was filming from.
Yeah, but couldn't you illuminate the UFO with that thing? Because it was like 300 feet away. I don't think it would reach that far.
No, it would have never reached that far.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. You seem to come across credible to me, and that footage is pretty amazing. And if you hoaxed it, I think you need a medal for it, because it's up there with Hollywood if that's the case. But yeah, like I said, I spent a week analysing that and bringing out the detail of that thing at the cockpit that you weren't even zooming in on. Because if you're hoaxing that would be the feature of your movie, right? You'd be focusing more on the alien creatures, but you spent less time on the alien than the rest of the video, which was really strange if you were hoaxing it, you know. And
Paul, let's forget that I never knew the alien was in the video till much later. I didn't find out till much later. So
well, it's also maybe a mantis. I said was in the video as well. Can you ask him why Will Smith came to the conclusion that he was filming emergency vehicles? Who's Will Smith?
He had a YouTube channel, and I don't know why Will came to that conclusion. I honestly don't know if someone told him that's what it was, because all of a sudden Will just changed his opinion and thought I was a hoaxer. So I don't know why he chose to go that way. You did the analysis to show it wasn't an emergency vehicle. I just could never change his opinion. I don't know why.
Yeah, you could take a single frame and sort of match it with multiple vehicles. But like I said, that when I analysed the cockpit, that's huge. It's like the Aliens movie where they're sitting in the chair. It's like a huge area when you look at it in focus off where all the lights were, right? And then there was some other movement to the side there that was very hard to see. There was another creature next to it there. And that means that something's walking left and right next to it in the chair there, which means that would have to be a huge craft. So if that was 300 feet away, and that area looked like it must be probably slightly smaller than my bedroom I'm currently in, so 3 meters by
probably
2 meters high. No, that's just the window area.
More.
That was the window area. Then the rest of the craft must have been another 3 or 4 meters either side of that, right? I think it's one of the best footages ever, if it's real, but we can't prove it because you're just a average Joe, right? You're a MoJo. You're the average Joe, and you're not sort of like someone that we can trust, like a Navy pilot or whatever, you know. So it's just a shame you didn't have someone else with you filming multiple angles and stuff. It's just really a bit of disappointing, really, but as far as I can see, why would you fake that almost 13 years ago and made no money from it? Makes no sense whatsoever.
No. Well, again, I would love to take a lie detector test. I would love to do that. I can honestly say even today that there was no attempt at hoaxing on any of my videos. Right.
I believe you. I've questioned you interrogated you almost over the years, right? And your story's never changed.
No.
But lights in the price, as we said, could be anything at this stage, unless you really get a really close up like you did for that 2011 footage. If you can get that close, 300 feet away, and then you got new smoking gun footage. But the thing is, that activity's not been the same since 2011, though.
That's right.
People say you're faking if you film UFOs and aliens every week, like Bledsoe, right? Like summoning them and all that sort of stuff. I know you believe in CE5 because you're Dr. Greer follower, right? So
in the beginning.
Yeah. But I hope I've proven to you that he's a hoaxer, that he's fabricated all his energy creatures, or what do you call it, light beings, from a Joshua tree is one of them. One of them is a moth in infrared, and another one is a person at a camp on the campsite that they're at, where the camera's swung around and it's distorted the image sideways of a woman wearing a red jacket as one of them. And he was saying, "Oh, this is an alien creature and that's the top of its head," which is total bullshit. I don't think he talks to any aliens. I think he's just a total bullshitter, Dr. Greer, unfortunately. It would be good if he was an honest guy, but I don't think he is. You don't hang around with third phase of the moon, right, and have credibility. I don't think you've ever been on third phase of the moon, and I don't think you've been on security.
Never.
So I think you got credibility there, and you don't want to give your footage away to any shield channel, but you gave it to me.
Nope.
I was pretty new on the scene. You gave it to me. You trusted me to do a fair analysis on it, and I think I did. But no one pays any attention to what I've got to show anyway, which is a bit unfortunate because Robert Farmer, he trusts everything I do in video analysis now. He'll ask my opinion on something, and I look at it and say, I think it's pollen or balloon or whatever. But
sure,
that one from the UK, the flying disc one, that's certainly got the eyes of MUFON attention, and it got my attention. It's definitely flying into the wind because it's given off this steam. I'm not sure if you've seen it or not. I did a new analysis on it. A bit more deep dive into it. How do we get back to the main page again? Also get screwed up here. If we go to live shows, I did it here somewhere. This one here. I'm not sure if you've watched it or not. Episode 190. And we got this footage from third phase of the moon from a guy called Alex, which is meant to be some sort of computer scientist / scientist that lives on Hawaii. Captured this thing flying through the sky, which I believe is just a Mylar balloon, that one, and you can see it's on a slope and all that sort of stuff. And this one from the UK is a true flying saucer. If I can get the frame to come up. Before I carry on, just catch up with the side comment. Yeah, let me just see if I can find the frame of it there. So this was filmed on a 2018 smartphone with optical zoom on a 4K phone, and this was like a little dot in the sky, and he zooms into it. It must have been about 1,000 feet up, and you can see it's perfectly level, unlike balloons, which are always on a slope. And you can see it's given off some of the smoke and steam from after doing some more analysis on it. There seems to be a little door or a vent hole where it's venting off stuff, and it's flying all over the place. It's flying into a headwind, and this steam is actually going behind it, so it's like a front side wind. And that can't be a balloon, because balloons don't go into headwinds. It's going into a headwind this direction, and this steam's coming off it going backwards this way. If it was a balloon going along with the wind, this steam should be going this direction, blowing off the craft going that way. So that rules out being balloon. And these are. So there's a doorway with some. Yeah, it's definitely a hat. What you call a hat, flying saucer. There's no balloons shaped like this whatsoever, and the closest match I got to it was the Heflin, California snapshot from the road worker. Matches is precisely over top, not that particular image because it's filtered, so we lose a wee bit of the definition in this direction here. But if you overlay it later with the Heflin one here, this one here, that the road worker snapped. Let's see it. Oh, too much. And I'm editing it here, and then I do that magic trick where you rotate the layer. Was designed on was the Bob if I can get the right spot around about here. So overlay it on the original image, right? So it's got most of the details here with the right angles and all that sort of stuff, and it matches precisely.
Wow.
It's never perfect. I can't quite get it to line up. You can see the outlines here, so let's play around with it. Was designed on was the Bob Lazar. I hate Google, but they've messed up the player. I'll do it in a minute. I'll just show you. So I've got it over top of each other, and you can see what the guy filmed in 2018. Match. Yeah, I haven't got it quite right yet, but you'll see in a minute. I'll get the right scale, overlay at the right angle. It's got a slight tilt. Not much of a tilt. Depends on how close match it is, isn't it? So that's flying away from him, level, in a headwind. And it's not a balloon. So what is it?
Doesn't look like
Let's just go with that. Do a comparison.
Looks like a good match.
I would say 99.9% match. See what I do now.
Yeah.
Well, you reckon? I reckon it's the same craft. It's the same craft, isn't it?
Yeah. Sure looks like it.
We kept all the same scale, just overlaid it.
Very good job.
19, what was it? 90. So that's what you need to do too. You need to do something like that. But I did run it through some other filters here. But anyway, you should go and check out that episode anyway. It's quite an interesting one. I'll post it down the side. Michael King's finally joined us, but he's missed all the action again. Too busy playing games. Hey, because I was playing well with my brothers. Okay. Well, MoJo's finished now. You could have joined him on voice even, because he's on free for all at the moment. You can pop on now quickly and say hello to him if you want to, Mike. It's still up at the moment. So yeah, this is the disc UFO filmed in UK. So you see the guy get the camera out of his pocket, and you can see he's filming the street. You know how you turn on the apps and all that and start recording, or you always get the footpath until you aim at the sky to see where you want to focus. And you can see it's a fair distance up. It's quite an interesting footage. Unfortunately, he won't allow us to make it public like you did with your footage. We're not too sure why, but disappointing. Anyway, there it is there on the side chat. It'll be there on YouTube. It won't be on Rumble. Rumble gets rid of it for some reason, which is kind of lame. Pilled keeps it though. Pilled, not sure how many people there at the moment. Let's just have a quick look. We got 3 watching. We had 34 pass through, and I think we ain't got any likes there. Or maybe 1. People on Pilled, do hit like on it for us. We got 2 likes now. So they didn't think much of your interview today, I guess. But anyway, I enjoyed catching up with you anyway. What's your age now? You must be in the 60s by now, aren't you?
68.
68? Really? You sound a bit younger than that, actually. How much Indian blood have you got? Do you know?
Like an eighth.
Eighth, yeah. And are you allowed to say what tribe you come from?
From northern Canada, Inuit.
Right. So you do traditional Indian stuff as well, or?
Not so much. In Alaska, I did. I went to the potlatches and the native festivals, but down here in Oregon, there's not too much.
So what got you interested in UFOs? So I haven't asked you all the basic stuff, really.
1973 sighting that we shared years ago. I sent you the newspaper clippings. There was a sighting in Massachusetts that really perked my interest.
Yeah, 73 was a UFO flap year, I believe. 73. It was all over the place in America. Yeah.
So that spurred me on, and then I watched the skies, and then it wasn't until fall of 2009 that I saw my first UFO. Again,
and the best year was 2011. You still have yet to get a repeat of that, unfortunately.
Yeah, nothing like that yet. But this year I started going out again, so I took a couple of years off, and so this year I'm actively sky watching, and I hope lightning strikes twice.
It's good that you got someone, Jesse, with you at the moment, or other people filming along with you, because that will always help, especially if they're filming and you're filming at the same time. But try and get each other in the picture. If you see something amazing, make sure you get each other in the photographs, or at least a daytime photo of the location, and pan around and film each other and stuff. And just make sure that you can prove it wasn't hoaxed or anything, you know. I'm pretty sure you know.
I also.
Yeah, carry on.
I also purchased a thermal camera, so I invested in a thermal camera this year that shows heat signatures. So I'm hoping.
I don't see that in the forest one. Didn't have the forest
this
one.
Is a no, this is a brand new thermal camera, just purchased about a month ago.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll watch out for some footage that you get on that then. Especially if you get something flying in the sky. At least you might be able to see if it's got dimensioned. But you need to get your other mate filming this object flying over in the sky, like a triangle or whatever. Get thermal and infrared on it at the same time. That would be amazing.
Yep. I hope something comes. Well, I hope I can film something again, and I'll share it with you.
No problem, mate. It's good catching up with you, gang, and I'll reach out to you an email or whatever, or on your own channel when you want to talk again. But I better carry on with the rest of the stuff now, and you can watch it later if you want, and go and do your own thing now if you want. Okay, good night.
All right, thank you, Paul. Have a great evening. Thanks for all your help. Bye.
Okay, so that was the last minute thing, getting MoJo on. Something different. So yeah, let's go through all the other stuff now. How are we doing for time though? I think we spent a couple hours on that one. 2.5 hours. I might go to toilet first though. So I'll put up a little Space Invaders or something, and we'll be able to carry on with the rest of the stuff. Species. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. Have a small break yourself, get drinks or whatever, and we go on with all the other stuff that we're going to cover. This crumbs everywhere. Yeah, I'm back. Michael, what's going on there? Just turn that back off again. What do we got going on? Cheers, see you soon. Okay. Okay, so next stage. We got a few tabs here. So this come out on UFOman's channel. Gabber is now doing video analysis of all things for UFOman and 18 Wheels, and his conclusion is wrong, and I'll just go over it and correct it. I'll just skim through some of it here.
Sky.
So 18 Wheels is a trucker that has a dash cam, and he feels something in the sky there, obviously, which not sure if it's a new video. I think it might be a new one. I'm not sure if it's one I've analysed previously. I don't think it is, but I thought maybe it could be a airship, maybe a remote control blimp or something when I looked at it, but he said it was like a train, which he called the AstroTrain. But it says here June the 5th, so I think it's a new video, but they're still calling it the AstroTrain, but I think this is totally different to the one I looked at. And so we have a watch of it. Got some funny music on it. Sounds like a buzzy bee. So when I saw that, I thought, no, that's not the video I looked at. And it looks like something, it's got lights on it, going through some cloud cover. Atmospherics, right? So Gabber's doing the filters like I normally do here. I guess that's him doing it. So all we can tell here is it's low, too low pixels to see any realistic shapes in it. Other than that, it's a long strip of lights going through some cloud cover, which could easily be anything really, but most likely it's going to be a plane. Long tubular thing, side view of a plane, and there it looks like it's turning, the plane's turning. And now he's doing some crazy filters that don't add anything to it, unfortunately. Just mute that. That doesn't help us at all. The ones before it were okay.
In the clouds, then disappears.
Yeah, so it's lights in a cloud. It looks like it's a long cylinder.
And then pops out again. So we'll have a look. This is probably the clearest image of it.
Pixels we're talking about here. So you're not going to get any useful information analyzing that in editor. But he goes ahead and tries to do it anyway. So here we're just looking at like four pixels in a row, and you ain't going to get any details out of that. And look at the crazy filters he's using here is basically creating artifacts, right? All you can say is a long tubular thing with lights on it that's shining through clouds. That's about all you can say from that video.
That.
Yeah, so that's artifact, right? It's not going to look like that. Just crazy. Anyway, we'll just carry on. Yes, you can see the original was a lot thinner.
It's around the UFO.
So this is all the atmospherics, right, going through cloud. But here, I think it looks like a tail of a plane going up here. And that's the front of the plane.
There's that gas.
No, it's just some
around
cloud.
the UFO.
Cloud being illuminated, that's all. Anyway, just carry on. And you can see it does
Here's a
form
picture
funny
of SkyTrain.
forms funny shapes because I think it's turning. So none of this is much use to us until we get to the map. Now he gives us a location.
On Discord. He called me on Discord as soon as this happened, and he told me to ask me to check the flight radar, because in this video, this here is an aeroplane. He said there was this tiny dot here is a small, tiny.
See, that would have been more obvious to bring out your smartphone in the truck's cabin, bring up the app, and actually look straight away, right?
Any small propeller aeroplane following.
Okay, so there's no sign of this is going to be a small plane. It's a fair distance away. But yeah, let's just have a look at the map.
The UFO. Hour.
We need to go to the map.
There's
here.
Minnesota. He was 5 miles from the border.
Okay, so he's 5 miles away from the border, and that means that plane's 5 miles away here on the map. So to me, it looks like we're filming this plane, big jumbo jet, passing by. So if we go back to his video here at the start, it looks like it's to the right, where they're 5 miles away. They haven't got a circle around it at the moment. There. And it looks like the right height for a plane to be at 30,000 feet. So that would be easy. A plane with some contrail. You can't normally see planes unless they've got a contrail in the daytime at 30,000 feet. But at night time, you got the lights, the wing lights and fog lights, especially if it's going through clouds. It looks like there is cloud there because you can't see it though. It's all black. Until the plane lights up the clouds, you can definitely then know it's going through cloud cover. Now, people would say you wouldn't see a plane at 30,000 feet. Well, we were surprised too to find that is the right location to see planes at 30,000 feet. On another case that we did way back in, we got actually the same shape as him too. Maybe when he was mucking around with the filters, I got exactly the same shape in the filters as well. And that was back in the early days of me learning the tools as well. And that was back live stream 85. That's like 600 live streams back 5 years ago. So we had this case here. I suppose it's going to leave the spot though, isn't it?
So that turns right.
So we're looking on the map too, to, where the truck was going, and we're trying to overlay the flight path of where the plane was, and it was at 30,000 feet as well. But if we go back and watch the video, actually I've got a bookmark for it here. Comparing this one, so this is what you got to do. You have to have comparisons to match videos to figure out what it is in the thing. So we go back to where he's filming it, and there you go. It's about the same location as 18 Wheels one. There it is there. This is a plane, and at the time I didn't realize, it's in daytime though, this one, no lights. And when we run it through filters, it gave off that rectangle shape, same as Gabber was getting. Although it kind of looks like an orb there at the moment, but this moved this way across the highway. So we worked out whereabouts he was on the highway from the bridges and road signs, and then we found this on plane finder or flight radar crossing at that location. And it's exactly the same as 18 Wheels. You can see it's not that high up from the road. It's identical to 18 Wheels. And you can see it's exactly the same, you know. Bango. Bango, you know. It looks like the same distance for 31,000 feet. So, yeah, we found it on the map here somewhere. We spent hours on this one night. We're looking at it. So there was my enhancement of it. And you can see, at first I thought maybe it could be a banner plane moving across the highway. But yeah, then we looked on the map and actually saw it was a jumbo jet. Eventually up here somewhere. Plugging in all the details and UC time, universal time, and we eventually find the plane in question. Somewhere here. I need more bookmarks. Stupid Google. Here, I think, somewhere here. Okay, so he's going along this highway.
Doing my head in. I reckon it's got to be further up where he turns. Up.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out where he was on the highway. But where's the plane on the map? Here. We work out which plane it is.
There's 75 up there.
Michigan. Michigan.
Unfortunately, we're using Hangouts on air back in those 5 years ago. In fact, it's actually the same location almost where 18 Wheels was. I think. Same area. Michigan, Minnesota next door, wasn't it?
It's right there by the 75, right where the 75 sign is. That's King County. That's the area.
And we got old John there on the side helping debunk it as well.
There we go.
Yep, right there. King County.
So we want to see if there's any helicopters there. So now we need to plug in the playback function. There he was on the road.
And you can see with early days there, learning it all. But yeah, where's the plane? Here we go. Is that the one?
24 minutes at the moment. It's still over the road.
Oh, here we go. Here's the plane in question. And eventually I click on it and it says it's at 30,000 feet. So he sees it past the road here. So the truck's coming along here, same distance where 18 wheels was. And he sees that plane go across the highway.
Pretty much.
So I think it's a really good comparison.
So he saw it when he turned the bend, and it was about here when it was traveling.
Yeah, you can see the audio was corrupted. I had a really slow laptop.
Across the road there. This is meant to be at real time that the plane was.
But yeah, eventually we do click on the plane and find out all the details about it. Somewhere in there. So that's the MUFON case number. Here somewhere. I almost had it. Yeah, somewhere. I just saw it a minute ago. No, it's not there. But believe me, if you can find it in that video, it's 30,000 feet. So it matches identical, but this time it's at night time, and it's illuminating the clouds. So I believe this one is that jet that he gets on the video, on the map here. I'll just go back up here. So Gabber did some good work here, but his conclusion for light plane is totally wrong, because he's new to this sort of stuff. You know, he hasn't been doing it for as long as I have to know that's the level that you'd see a normal passenger jet with a contrail during the day. You'd see it like that, or illuminating clouds with the bright strobe lights. And it's obviously heading towards them too, and it turns at some point on the map here.
1 minute later, I heard an aeroplane. I'm looking up, trying to air his 31.
Okay, so is that the plane? Yeah. So this one's at 30,000 feet. It looks very similar to the one that we found. 777. He hasn't got the altitude listed there at the moment, but yep, you can see it's coming closer to him with that would be the side lights illuminating the cloud as it's heading towards him, right? So he's more likely to see it because all the front light, the heavy big spotlights on the front would have been more his direction for the camera to detect it. There's a Learjet there.
1,000 feet. It's too high up. It's like right up there. You wouldn't even see.
He said it's 1,000 feet. I think it's 30,000 feet, isn't it?
Yeah. So, you know, we can hit play.
So yeah, it depends on the distance between there and there. You know, if the truck was there and there, 1,000 feet would be right. But then again, where's it going to? If that's the case, is it coming down to an airport here? Oh, right, there might be an airport here, so it might be coming down, which makes it more visible. And if the truck was there 30,000 feet, you'd see it in that location there too. So you can actually see these planes, right? We proved it with the other case, that MUFON case that we looked at. But do you say it was 1,000 feet though? Let me just double check.
0 feet. That's on the runway. That's not.
Okay, so there's the airport here. So this is coming into land. So it's got all the landing lights on. So that's even more visible.
That hasn't even taken off. It's 0 feet. That's on the runway. The China air is 31,000 feet. It's too high up.
All right. No, it's at 31,000 feet. So it's correct to my other episode. Yeah, I thought he said 1,000 feet, but he actually said 31,000 feet. So yeah, it just matches the video that we did a year ago. Yeah, 6 years ago, I mean. Matches this case here. Case number Michigan. Looks like it might be going to a similar location back in 2018. Case number quite clear because that's how crappy the video quality we had back in those days. It gets sharper. And it was only 720p as well. I don't know, we've got 1080 at the moment. Let's see, can we read it now? Not really, it's still pretty crappy. 92956, if you look at the MUFON database, you can see it's what the trucker was filming. Was the plane called? We plane 93 or something, and that was actually flying 31 feet, not landing near the airport but flying past it, and I think that's exactly saying what's going on here. So Gabbers saying it's too high up. I've just proven that's not the case with another matching UFO case we investigated, and at 31,000 feet, you can see it if it's got a short contrail, you know, the little short contrails. So, you know, experience and doing these time and time again makes you better at solving them, right? So, short contrail. Let's see if we can get some images again. So yeah, one that's got a short contrail, shorter than that even. So ones that end up there, you can actually, it looks like a banner plane going across the highway. You know, that's a double one again, but, and there's a short one here too, look. So yeah, if you saw that going across the highway, you think, oh, what's that? There's actually a little dot of plane in front of a fairly wide contrail that it's producing, but it's dissolving very quickly. Yeah, I need to have a drink. So, yeah, Gabber did analysis here, but saying it's a UFO is wrong. What was his conclusion?
Right up there, you wouldn't even see it.
Wrong.
So, you know, we can hit play. Where is this light aeroplane? There should be a light aeroplane.
So that plane, like I said, it's got its fog lights on, which are on the wingtips, and it's heading towards the truck on an angle, so it's going to illuminate the clouds occasionally as he's heading towards it. And you can see it's also turning. He's clicked off the thing, but it was turning, coming down on a curve this way, and it's heading down this way by the looks of it.
Aeroplane here, traveling east. There is nothing. There's nothing here.
Because it's this one here.
Got a helicopter there, air ambulance. There is nothing. Zoom out. There's no light aeroplane traveling east.
In fact, it looks like, you know, because that one's almost in the same place as this one was. That if he sees the lights again, it's going to be this other small plane that's replaced it, right? It's almost in the same location as that plane went past. And you got a smaller plane now where the lights are going to show up still as it's heading towards the highway. Well, it's heading towards the truck.
I've had myself strange light aeroplanes following UFOs that I have seen. It's happened to me before. But I think the only person that can fly with the transponder turned off is military.
Nah, you got the two planes there in question that's lighting up the clouds that he's filming. Can you see jets at 30,000 feet to see? And it'll be the same answer I gave you. You can, if it's got a short contrail and illuminating clouds with the spotlights. Oh, here we go. Yes, some can, but it isn't that common. Airliners can't. Jet airliners normally operate between 30,000. Well, not true. Let's see, how high can an airplane be spotted with eyesight? Likewise, it's common to see planes around sunset or sunrise. You can see satellites, but only as dots. 30,000 feet mentioned here. Depends during the day and nighttime is different though. 30,000 feet. Why do they fly at that particular level? Because it's the right level for the best fuel consumption and the right amount of lift and also cabin pressure. You know, they can't go up too high because it will crush in like a submarine. But anyway. I didn't find the answer I was asked for though. Can you see jet maybe? 30,000 feet control. Try that. You don't want it. I want it from a plane. Maybe I have to say from ground. Ground. Can you see a plane at 30,000 feet? From the ground, most definitely yes, but you've got to be looking for them. Always spot them when they are leaving contrails. There you go. It's 25,000 feet is when the contrails start to happen. All the way up to 38,000 feet, I think it is. So it happens in a certain region. Above my fair city, en route to New York City from Europe, when I was a boy, I barely would use my binoculars to identify the airliner signature. Yeah, but that's cheating. We just want to know how you've seen it from a dash cam, which would be similar to the eyes, I guess, because it's not zoomed in. And you would definitely see lights illuminating the clouds, I think, especially a low light camera would anyway. So yeah, I think he's definitely filming that jumbo jet 31,000 feet. Anyone else got anything else to say on that one? Most definitely, I think that's what we just read out before. We're not worried about the other heights. Can you hear a plane at 30,000 feet? For example, the speed of sound, blah blah blah. I don't think you'd hear it unless it's doing sonic booms, Mach 1 or higher. Anyway, I think the answer is yes there, right? So Gab is wrong. I just had to do some research on that. So I wanted actually to get comparison of the height of that one on the video. And I remembered I did one 6 years ago, and I managed to find it, which was this one of the guy filming it from the truck. And as you saw, it was the same level from the highway. So yeah, this sort of surprised us too, that we would be able to see a plane at 31,000 feet, but you can, and it's quite low down. And I think I also caught one on my sky watching when I was panning around and with my smartphone on a tripod. I might be able to find that video. Also, that was roughly in the same location in the sky, where it was making a contrail. You could only see the contrail. You couldn't see the plane on the very front of it. But yeah, so I just wanted to cover that one and give my own thoughts on it, and see what you think down the side. You going? Looks like a USB port. Yeah, I suppose when you zoom it in pixelated. I'll post a link to it since I used it. Have a look on your own screen. If you don't believe my research on that, too bad. I'm correct. Gabber 18 Wells AstroTrain is an astro plane. Okay. And I'll give you a link to my one here, but I haven't got all the chapters because it's a really old one, where you can do a comparison. And you can see this is when we did something like a 8-hour show back in the old days, and we're using crappy Hangouts, so it's corrupting the video occasionally. Yeah, so you can go and check out that one too if you want to. Took us a wee while to work out where the truck was, because it wasn't in the MUFON report, and we had to go by what we could see in the video, so that was a bit harder. But it's always good when you got a comparison you can match things on. Think, oh, how's the plane look at 30,000 feet from 5 miles away? Well, we got an example here, and it matches this one. Jet at 31,000 feet from a truck. Makes you wonder if it's the same truckie. I don't know if 18 Wells submitted this one to MUFON or not. I don't think he submits anything to MUFON. But anyway, that one's done with. And now we've got these bookmarks to go through. What's this one? Alright. We'll just go through the bookmarks here, I guess. So this come out here, which is kind of interesting. Another one to do with optics, I guess, and science. I think it's on a motorbike going between 2 rows of car. One sky is part orange and the other sky is part grey. It looks like it's sunset or sunrise. And of course this person's trying to claim it to be the Matrix failure in Florida. But I did a search online and you can see it's very common. It doesn't work in New Zealand because we go instantly from daytime to nighttime in a click of a finger pretty much, because the curvature of the earth is different here. In Australia it's a wee bit slower, but you don't see it splitting in half from going dark to sunset like that. You can see how it splits it up depending on where you are. Kind of pretty cool, isn't it? I suppose that happens in America because it's pretty big continent, and if you're in the middle of America when the sun is transitioning across where it's going from daylight to nighttime, you're going to see this go across the sky like this because it's so huge there. So yeah, that's doing the rounds at the moment. So I've debunked that one just simply with a 5-minute Google. I suppose you call it the sunset split. Doing the splits. I think I posted what it looks like from space, going the other way, and that's what happens, right? As if it's spinning this way, it's going from dark to early morning. And if it gets dark this way, it's going day into night, right? And some diagrams you can find online with the angle of the sun, how it works with the globe of the Earth. And you can see here, it gives you an example where you get the split happening, where you'd have to be what time of day and all that sort of stuff to observe it. So there's no mystery, just pure science, right? SKinwalker Ranch. Okay, so the latest episode, season 5. I don't think I put it on there, did I? Season 5, episode 6. They started bringing out the big lasers again and shining them directly up in the sky. And that's trying to say this is the wormhole or some sort of anomaly happening to the lasers, and they're using this high spec camera of theirs, which is 500 frames a second, I think he said, which is pretty high spec, but it's still not good enough to film insects. You need something like 2000 frames a second to be able to film an insect and be able to identify it properly. Depending on how far away it is, of course. 500 probably might be enough to see the clear wings occasionally, but 2000 frames is what's recommended to film insects. Especially when it gets slow motion effect happening. So how did this happen on the high spec camera? I think there was a power dip in the lasers, and that's what it's picked up there is part to do with rolling shutter. I think the rolling shutter would have been going left to right even on a high spec camera, and this would have glitched and glitched for a second, and they're saying it's only in the green laser, but it's not. I don't know if I got the other one. I had 2 images. I think the 2 images are joined together here. Yeah, they are. So that's image 2. No, image 1, and that's image 2. Here you can see it's definitely distorting the blue as well as the green. So on the show they say, oh, it's only distorting the green, but it's lies, you know. And this one definitely looks like it's green, but it'll say blue, right? So you can see there's some blue bleed over. So yeah, so I put out a comment here saying take a picture with high-speed camera, which is still slow at it might have been 400 frames per second. It's not 2000 frames per second. They seem confused about rolling shutter left to right, artifact making a rectangle, and they make claim just that the green, while the second one had a blue damage. Now, if there was a power dip, the laser could be a pulse rather than continuous, or even a bug on the reflector. So if you look at, I don't think I've got a far away shot, but they had the laser going to various reflectors, and or two lasers go into various reflectors, then reflect upwards into the sky. If you had like a bug land on that reflector, that's going to create a little black blockage of light there for a millisecond or whatever before the fly got cooked or the moth got cooked, right? So there's other reasons to explain it, right? And why it would be picked up like that. Power dip, bug on the reflector for a fraction of a second, just an artifact, I believe. No proof of blob wormhole is what I said on that one. So far the show's been pretty bad. And now they got the new season of Beyond Skinwalker Ranch on. We got Jasper on. How's it going? Good evening, good morning. Paul, yeah, okay. Should make me a quick coffee and not forget to get back to the last story later on. Okay. We still got a few tabs to go through here. It's been a wee bit of a different show. We had MoJo on that did the amazing capture of the UFO over water with the aliens in the craft on for the first couple of hours, and now we're just catching up with all the other stuff that I've got here. So we're up to 3 hours now, are we? Gone? So yeah, Beyond Skinwalker Ranch is an offshoot to the normal Skinwalker Ranch show, and it's on season 2 now and episode 1. So they claim to have captured an apparition, Brandon and all excited, yet when I showed my own ones, he wasn't and didn't reshare. So yeah, on his show, he's all excited about catching apparitions on thermal. But when I showed my video and my snapshots, he didn't say a thing and he didn't reshare it. So I think he's a bit of a hypocrite myself. And I said here, but I think since the CI tech guy was there just before, I think he brushed the side of the wall, transferring heat in this case. At least mine were on normal optics, not thermal. It went blue and black as it was losing heat and fading. They didn't try to recreate brush up on the wall either. So they reckon this showed up on the thermal. And apparently the CIA man was putting a camera on a shelf right next to the bed, right there, 1 minute earlier. And I think he's brushed up against or transferred heat to the wall there, and it only shows up when you turn the thermal camera around the right angle to capture the heat fading off the wall. But they reckon it's some sort of apparition of some native Indian that scared Bigelow. I'm calling bullshit on that. So this is their enhancement here, and they're drawing around it. And they're pointing their finger at it. So that was their best evidence on that show so far. I'll post a link to it so you can have a look. Best to watch the episode though, if you can get it online. I think the show's a wee bit better than the original show, actually, to tell the truth. So, this is at another ranch that Bigelow apparently bought. He bought Skinwalker Ranch and this other ranch, I can't remember what it's called now. And apparently they were digging holes in the ground just like they were at Skinwalker Ranch. And this is the next bit of it. So at this ranch, after the winter's gone, they discover a cave-in. and they pull out all this iron, like a train track. Like there's an underground tunnel that's got a train, steam train or whatever it was on it. So they're pulling out all this junk and dumping it on the side here, and they're trying to find out if it's a tunnel that leads underground somewhere to a buried UFO. Now, I just look at that and think, well, rail tracks were used in gold mining, and they were used for other mining to wheel heavy barrels of ore out of the tunnels. So why can't it be an old mining or uranium mine? Because they said it's classified. What Bigelow had found there was classified by the government because it may be something to do with the location or what there was going on there. So it could be like uranium mining that was happening, and they found enough there and eventually it ran out, and so they just filled it in. It could have been old gold mining, and they left all the old rail engines and diggers in the tunnel and just blasted it and filled it in. But no, to them it's got to be some underground submerged UFO. None of the obvious stuff first. So they find the tunnel leads to a meadow where it's just got grass on top, and they start putting this EMS meter over it and getting really crazy readings. And then they bring in the LiDAR or magnetometer, whatever it's called, and they map the magnetic field underneath, and it's at 100 feet down to 200 feet and 100 feet wide or something. And they're getting this here, so they want to find out what that is. They reckon the tunnel from the other entrance leads all the way down to it. So that would be what will be coming up on future episodes. I didn't take a snapshot of how far away it was from the entrance there, but you can dig up the episode and have a watch of it. But yeah, it's funny how they always lead straight into it's got to be aliens, it's got to be UFO, it's got to be a Black Ops plane crash, when it could be just many other things, right? It's hilarious. So what did I say here? What big metal thing under the ground at this other ranch? So far digging up rails and old engines and claim to be entrance to tunnels, and the magnet readings say a big conductive blob in the meadow a possible tunnel leads to. Speculation and hype. Be ashamed to be a farmer's miner's dump site. And the blob being more mining gear. Maybe hunt for uranium, gold, because if it's uranium it probably would have been still classified because they don't want people going there. Ancient meteorite, a secret Cold War antenna. So that's another possibility. They might have built an underground antenna that wasn't visible from that wouldn't be visible from spy satellites that they used to communicate into space for some reason. The secret space force. But crashed UFO seems to be their top of the list. So say laugh out loud. Uranium could be why it's classified though. So I'm not sure how many people like that or not. Let's have a look. 0 loves and only 7 views. So that was the other part of the TV show, apart from the apparition they captured initially. So mining for UFOs. Like I said, it's a wee bit more interesting. At least they're digging up stuff and detecting stuff with new electronics and all that sort of stuff, which they're not doing on the main show. They're just firing rockets up in the sky, right? Let's make that a bit wider. That'll do. So we'll see what happens in the coming week of the next episode, and I might feature it on the next live show. Yes, so Lureviews still going on about people that talk to aliens or see aliens or apparitions or ghosts. They've got to be all mentals. He's still going down that line. And the stupid dumb fuck, pardon the French, decided to host that Dead Files episode in full on his channel, and it got taken down very instantly. He was going to do a watch party, which you can't do with copyrighted material unless you own it, right? This live stream has been terminated due to use of third-party audio or video. What a dumbass. Dumb suck. Thought you could play a copyright TV show under fair use. So funny. You can play clips with commentary, not an entire show. And mock the people on it is not commentary or transformative. So you're not allowed to play videos, copyrighted videos, and just laugh them, right? That's not cool. That's not called fair use. I remember watching or reading something about that from YouTube. They said, I think it was on their little clips, they put out little help clips every week, and I think one of the help clips said it's not fair use if you play a clip of someone else's and just laugh at it. It's not classed as fair use. So that's basically what they were doing. They were playing that and just laughing at the people in the show. And so yeah, that was going to get knocked off very quickly. You're not allowed to mock people, you know, just and call it fair use. It's not. Maybe you got to see they talked about mental health before seeing the mediums finally. So that's the one thing. At least if he managed to watch enough of it before they shut it down, he might have seen that she talked about mental people assessing her kid before they went to the mediums. Well, Lou was saying that they skipped that, which is not true. And I said, Dead Files Mocker, be gone, go back to gaming reviews. So I really hate this guy now because of his bad attitude. It's like he's gone from a total believer to a total skeptic, but he's become, I don't know, toxic to the community. I just think he should be gone because I don't like him at all now. Because basically he's mocking me as well. What's going on here? Alright, it's a snapshot, is it? I'm not sure what's going on there. Seeking the truth. Something happening there, something new with Google. So what's the next item here? J. Anderson, Project Unity. If UFOs are piloted by users' own consciousness interface, do you think we have managed to find people capable of unlocking this tech to its full extent? So is he talking about ESP to technical interfaces? I don't think so. I don't think even the aliens have that. I don't think anyone's talked about aliens wearing some sort of headgear that communicates with UFOs. When we looked at MoJo video, you could see definitely they were moving their hands around touching the panel. So I still think they fly it with panels, and maybe the craft has like autopilot, some sort of AI intelligence where it does most of it anyway. Stephen Greenstreet, Joe Rogan, is there any evidence? George Knapp, no, not really. Is that what we were looking for? Maybe not, I don't know. What's real science looks like and sounds like? The reaction of two scientists when they realized they had captured images of an animal not seen for 140 Yes. New FOIA. The request unexpectedly uncovered the DoD's review of a UFO screenplay submitted to them by Zondo, as based on a book by Leslie Keane back in 2020. Okay. So they're already planning to grift some money off it, right? So is that what he's trying to say there? Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Something happened with that one. I'm not sure what we were meant to read on that one, but yeah, anyway. Ross Coulthart. My speech to the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies. Now, I tried to watch this. I could only last 10 minutes of it before I couldn't listen to the guy any further. And especially when he's insulting people that have their mums living with them. I thought that was just disgusting, talking about debunkers living in the basements of their mother's house and all that. I just think that that's just disgusting way to talk and try and insult people like myself who have their mothers living with them. And this is it here. That's as far as I got before I couldn't listen to this drip any longer. And I posted some comments and got attacked. As usual. Talking heads, zero evidence. Can't stand listening to this. And I got attacked. Well, don't listen then. Then it's probably because your tiny mind can't understand what he actually just said. This is the crap I get. Award-winning what? Bad Researcher of the Year who accused UK PMs of pedos. See, they don't mention that. But if you listen to the intro here, it's pretty bad. Plugging them.
And thank you everybody for having me here. It's an honour and frankly daunting. And thank you.
7 TV Network's Spotlight Public Affairs program. Trained as a lawyer, and you'll see that that's plainly evident here soon when he begins speaking. He's covered wars, investigated corruption, scandals, and public interest stories for over 35 years as one of Australia's top investigators.
Well, he's not really good at investigating the UK PMs. He didn't even do a background check on the guy that was accusing them of being pedos. And if he did, he would have realised the guy was lying.
Journalists, and really now also an international one. Ross is a 5-time winner of Australia's top journalism prize, the Walkley Award, including the highest award, the Gold Walkley, among other awards.
And now he should have had those returned because he's useless.
Awards that he has received. The list is too long to go through them all here. He's a best-selling author of 6 books, including In Plain Sight, an investigation into UFOs and impossible science. In June 2023, Ross also interviewed...
I don't think he would have written those books. He would have had a ghostwriter, right? He would have just dictated stuff on tape to someone and they would put it together into a book for him.
Interviewed a gentleman by the name of David Grush on News Nation, someone, of course, a name that's probably familiar to most of us here. And he now hosts a regular segment on the UAP topic there on News Nation. Last but not least, Mr. Coulthart is also a gentleman I consider a colleague, and he's also a fellow member of the SCU. So please...
All these cult members, all these guys that, scientific UFO study shouldn't be sucking up to this arsehole.
Without further ado, would you join me in welcoming Mr. Ross Coulthart?
Well, at least they got 10 people there.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much, Micah, and thank you everybody for having me here. It's an honour, and frankly...
Cringe.
Daunting to be invited as a journalist to speak to a room full of scientists. I'm expecting to be thoroughly peer-reviewed and skewered by the lot of you. But I also want to pay a special recognition to the gathering of government, industry, defence, military intelligence types who I'm sure are sort of back there in the background. One of the things that I think makes this event very special is that it does offer a portal, a respected portal for that discrete nexus between the government, private aerospace and the scientific community to talk about a topic that, despite overwhelming admissions from the US government, I mean, frankly, it's a lay down misère that it's real, whatever it is. There's a...
So where's the evidence, Ross? Because I'm the only one so far, me and MoJo and a few others are the only ones that bring in the evidence forward. Everybody else is bringing up garbage videos like Corbell, and it's making a right mess of ufology instead.
There, it's a subject that's still treated with such ridicule and stigma. And I think the great thing about SCU is it's an organisation that represents an attempt by science to deal with the subject objectively and rigorously and to give it solid...
Blah, 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 but where's the evidence?
...sceptical peer review, and that's what this should all be about. And as Micah acknowledged, as you would all know, I was involved in interviewing David Grush last year for the news network News Nation.
He's talking also utter crap and no evidence.
When he went public, and he tells me he was here in 2022, very discreetly, up the back. And if there's anybody here in the audience from the intelligence community who wants to tell me where the TR3B Aurora is in that particular cave in Area 51, I'll be in the bar later. It is very, very daunting sticking your head up and speaking about the UAP issue because there is a hostile intolerance.
You know, the TR3Bs are often seen coming from the ocean, right? Remember Lou Zondo said there was one filmed coming out of the sea next to a destroyer and then it flew upwards and took off, which kind of suggests it's an undersea base where these triangles come from, not in the desert. Although Art Bell did see a triangle large ship fly over him in the desert there, I think maybe that was something totally different. Maybe one of those hypersonic blimps that we were talking about, their senders being tested, lighter than the aircraft. I think the other triangles might be, some of them might be alien, and they come from the sea, and I think their sender is the spycraft dark station in the sky part of it, you know. I think they're totally different. And of course, the ascenders can be 5 stories deep. Often they talk about seeing people walk through windows on the craft of these very large ones, like Phoenix Lights one was meant to have been.
Tolerance, a disdain in much of establishment science for the notion that the subject of UAPs, unidentified anomalous phenomena or aerospace phenomena, as Rich acknowledged, whether it should be taken seriously at all. My Aussie journalist mates and some more maliciously inclined folk took great delight in the fact that I was the unsolicited recipient of the 2020
So it's like self-plugging.
manipulation going back decades. And establishment science, as Clocus, how confident are you that they have recovered NHI technology, non-human, is being properly informed? That they've dreamt up a cock and bull story about recovered alien technology, and for reasons best known to themselves.
Well, we know that stuff falls from the sky all the time, and America would have recovery teams to recover space rocket debris to analyze it, to see what the Russians are doing or the Chinese are doing. That's always been known, whether it's to be UFO reclaimed stuff. There's another story. I think they just call everything a UFO. Stuff that's unknown falling from the sky is unknown. It doesn't mean it's alien.
They're destroying their reputations by coming up and promoting a wacky conspiracy theory. Believe me, this is not good for your career. But clearly, the insiders advocating disclosure know something. They're not of the evidence that would finally make Congress finally wake up to what's been going on is highly... That means 2.4 trillion of the public money spent on the president, for heaven's sake, as a temporary employee. The idea that Congress does... I remember very early in my career, there was a woman who rang the news desk of the newspaper I was doing a story for an Australian public broadcaster on the premise that around 1950 suggestions from excited scientists that developments were underway in the 50s, a breakthrough in anti-gravity propulsion. That revelation shocked me, that how wide open...
So there's a whole presentation with no photographs, no evidence, just all stories that he's heard, right? Hand-me-down stories. Totally boring, I think.
Looked who were the military R&D geeks.
So at least what I did this morning with MoJo and looking at videos is way more interesting than what this guy's got to say.
Which companies won the most interesting looking contracts? Who studied advanced physics? At all expectation, it was complete nonsense.
But yeah, he does insult people. The bunkers, I think. Whereabouts does he talk about the bunkers? They got some chapters here. Deception? No. Could be. Best to search the transcript. Transcript is better to find what we're looking for. I can't remember what he was talking about now with the bunkers, but the usual thing that Tyler Clockton and all the rest of it talking about people in their basements living in their mother's house. Nonsense. Sound just like him. Oh, here we go. Must have skimmed past it. 6 minutes in. Let's just have a listen.
Line of attention-seeking social media influencers and unhappy incels living in their mother's basement who spend their days trying to increase their likes and Reddit credits by attacking online anyone who takes this subject seriously. But I also think there's something more sinister going on, and this should be acknowledged. It's an official deception and manipulation going back decades.
So yeah, so he's insulting people there, and I think that's pretty uncool. But anyway, there is people like that, of course. But it lumps in everybody then. I'm not one of these people that attack people like he's claiming there. I just go through the evidence. And my mother's with me as well. So I just find it insult when I hear stuff like that. I'll post a link to that if you want to go and have a listen to the rest of it if you want to, but yeah, I can't stand the guy. Yeah, teacher teaching. So I guess he's insulting a few people that attack him on Reddit and also Twitter, I guess. Yes. But I don't know if he's referring to me also, because I have also spoken out against it, as you know. So he might be calling me living in mother's basement, and I just find that just insulting. And it's nothing to do with what I do. Like I said, my mother is one of these people that wouldn't even care about what life is or what the universe is, and quite happy to eat, sleep, and watch her TV every day. You know? There's people not like us out there, which is odd to believe, I know, but you know, some people don't care if there's aliens elsewhere in the universe, and they're not always like us. So that's that stupid Ross one, and that one's done with now. Jay Anderson again, Project Uniform. What are UFOs to you? So I answered that. 17 views, no likes. So I said here, craft that can travel at hypersonic speeds by mass reductions, so inertia don't affect the beings inside, and also jump multiverse via portal vortex. I've explained that in my how UFOs work, and also the meaning of a multiverse. And under that I said something else, I think. I said something else to it. Maybe I didn't. That's what I said to that one. So I don't know what other people said, so let's have a look. I thought my one was the best one though. UFOs are not imaginary, yet they are such stuff as dreams are made on. Oh, I like it. You didn't like my one. Consciousness as a portal to this stuff. All high strangers has two things in common: consciousness, government study, suppression. I thought you said you were not going to talk about UFOs. No, I said I would not only talk about UFOs. Ross Clark. Jeremy, alien scientist. Human technology. Aliens would use invisibility cloaks, and most of the so-called experiences I've spoken to are the last people on the planet I would want to abduct. Well, that's a bit of an insult there, Jeremy. Some of the females that get abducted are pretty hot. Very sexy looking, some of them. But there are some really ugly ones, I must admit. And normally large people. Look up. Hey, what's that? So I think mine's still the best answer here. A revolution in government transparency. Aliens, human tech, multi-dimension. Here is that. Dimensions again. Misidentified prosaic objects. So that still mine's the best one. Anything that flies and I can't really identify. Nah. UFO to me is alien craft. UAP would be that, under that classification. Plane, a bird, blah blah, Superman. A gateway drug to understanding true reality. Some really stupid answers, really, isn't it? Multiple magnetic field controlled by frequency traveling on a magnetic wavelength created by controlling arm of the sun creating the energy. What the hell is this guy on about? No, and he's added an interdimensional one to it. No. Hopefully my way off this planet. UFOs are something I have never personally experienced. Nothing agnostic on the UFO question. No, still mine's the best one. I'm the only one that seems to understand the science behind it too. All this is sort of mixing up words. Interdimensional, aliens, reptilians. Yeah, anyway. So I'll post that one if you want to answer him to it. Or you can actually click a like on mine and reply to mine. We'll be wrapping up soon anyway. Must be getting on, but come up to 4 hours now. Mojo's did take a lot of time today. What's UFOs? Close. Okay, the next one. Laugh out loud. Announcements. So, Charlie Parish. Anyone heard of Charlie Parish before? After a Zoom call with the main heads of ufology, it's been decided that we won't submit the smoking gun footage of a UFO mothership to Arrow. They cannot be trusted. Why can't they submit it to us then, despite the threats we're moving forward? So why haven't I seen this mothership? A guy with nothing productive to say. Charlie Paris, who is he anyway? When can we expect an upload? Yeah, exactly. Soon, I hope. I will listen to the elders like Nap. No, he's a Nap cultist, because they know what's right for humanity. Nap knows what's good for his wallet, mate. People will say it's not real, but they're in it for the shock. These guys have to be bored. Bored? The footage will blow the world's socks off. I wonder if it's any better than MoJo's and the stuff I've captured, you know. Observation, or that UK one. Will it be better than that? Or will it look like CGI? Yeah, we're gonna have to wait for this one. We have to keep an eye on this one. Mate, do you really think Coulthart should tell us where a giant UFO is buried? Well, I don't understand how big this is. It really is changing disclosure. Well, hurry up and friggin' show us it then, and then we can go from there. Let us analyze it. But who is this guy anyway? I'll just copy the link there first. Is he a scientist? Has he got degrees? Oh no, he's a director of cinematographic producer. So he's a TV show producer in Los Angeles and UK. That's got hold of some footage that they're going to make some money off. That's basically what it is. Okay, so we'll wait for that mothership. We want a mothership. Hurry up and send us the video. They're probably going to try and sell it to us. Maybe we might have it for the next live show, and then we can analyze it together. On to the next one. Alien scientist. He does. I like a lot of most of his posts. He does make a lot of sense to me, and I actually agree with a lot of what he says. Just a shame he hangs around on the wrong channels, though, like Goof On and Scambian. Do you realize how big you have all been? How long? Do you realize how long you have all been infiltrated for? The most popular people in ufology are often the biggest frauds. Why is that? King Milkfart here. Katie Howland, whoever that is, says John, I suppose she's a reporter, says John Potessa told her to get into UFOs while working the Biden campaign. And she's trying to get her defense colleagues more involved. Katie Holland says John. Okay, we just read all that. So there's a clip, is it?
Katie Howland says John Podesta told her to get into UFOs while working on the Biden campaign, and she's trying to get her defense colleagues more involved.
Yeah.
To start off, what are UAPs and how did you get interested in them?
UAP are unidentified aerial phenomena, which is kind of the rebrand of the classic UFO. And
There's one of those horrible American accents. It's very hard on my ears.
as you mentioned earlier, I do not work on this topic in my day job. I'm a humanitarian aid worker. But I actually came across the topic while volunteering on the Biden
Bloody Biden supporter.
campaign. A small group of some younger campaign volunteer staff got the opportunity to speak with John Podesta, who was, a former...
Yeah, I don't like that John Podesta. He looks really funny guy, isn't he? He looks strange. He almost looks like an alien. Let's get a picture of him up. Podesta. He looks like a strange guy to me. Images. He looks like a weedly old man to me. Where's some of the... See, look at that, look. It looks like a man that's almost dead. Oh, cringe, Hillary Clinton. I don't know, it looks like a weedy... I don't know, I just don't like the guy, just even looking at him. He doesn't look to me like someone I would trust. My dad would say he's a mealy mouth Democrat. And he's got that sort of neck to him as well. It's horrible. Looks like he ain't got any teeth in there, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't trust anything that would come out of that guy's mouth about UFOs. Especially since he's hanging around with Clinton. It's a sad day in America. Okay, what was this? Oh, right, Alex Jones. That's the latest news to come out in recent days. It looks like he's lost the court case and he's forced to sell off his InfoWars, which is kind of strange. Who would want to buy InfoWars for $1.5 billion? Who would even have that kind of money apart from Elon Musk? I suppose he could buy it and sell it, give it back to him. Legal damage to Sandy Hook families. You know, I have to find that a ridiculous sum of money. How can they justify giving that much to, what, handful of families? What are you talking about? How many families are we talking about here? 4? 3? That's called being screwed over and being silenced. Hopefully he was wise enough to sign over a lot of his assets to other people in the family. So they can't get their grubby hands on it. So what did other people say here? Musk should buy it and hand it back to him. Do the right thing, Elon Musk. I suppose he's right. I reckon that would be a good thing to do. He's got hundreds of billions of dollars. Yeah, take away his ability to earn income to pay off insane judgment. Make it make sense. So this is exactly what they're doing to Trump as well. But the funny thing with Trump, though, is every time he gets stronger and keeps winning, right? So since the trial's finished, in the first day he made $52 million. The second day, Elon Musk donated $100 million to him, and some other person donated $50 million, so now he's up to $200 million. Then the third day you got another 100 million, and the fourth day you got another 100 million. So now he's up to about $400 million. So I think he could pay off any fines that they want to throw at him. People are just going to support Trump no matter what, with the insane sums of money. I know he did go overboard on the Sandy Hook stuff with the false flag, but some still believe it's true. I'm not too sure on that, because I looked into some of that, and they're claiming that one person was a crisis actor, and you could see him here and here, and they look nothing like each other. So, yeah. But yeah, well, I think he should be fined maybe a couple $1 million, and then, but $1.5 billion is just ridiculous. The families don't need that much money anyway. So how much of that do the lawyers get? If they get 1.5 billion, I reckon it's the lawyers that are pushing that, and the judges, so they all get a nice little cut of it. But anyway, that's the latest news from Alex Jones. I think America's a really sad place for allowing that to happen, sort of stuff. Sure enough, he should be punished, maybe. Because they got hassled and people tried to dig up their child's coffin and stuff like that, and they probably had a lot of stress and had to hire guards and stuff. So I think a lot of it was due to Alex Jones promoting it. But yeah, to punish Jones with that sum of money is just absolutely ridiculous, in my opinion. And they're just trying to make an example of him, which is a ridiculous example, though. What's this one? Falcon Space. You remember that guy that works with alien scientists? Who's now working with Aston Forbes and creates even less credibility. Where apparently they put this thing out that looks like a UFO. And this oddly shaped, which I replied, is UFO shaped. Spheroid may well be the first undeniable propulsion proof of concept, with an onboard magnetic field causing the surface lawma at 2.45 gigahertz. Any change in weight when excited with a pulsed gigahertz source cannot be contributed to any prosaic force. So they haven't shown us any video of the claim at all. And I can't really see how the same frequency you use on your wireless routers would create a force to move that chunk of steel. Probably a false positive, probably. NASA did a research on the warp drive thing with the megahertz, which is microwave frequencies, right? And they got no valid result from it. Well, they got some weak movement, they said, but it wasn't enough to make it viable for anything. So it's a bit like the iron lifters, so we have to make it so light and so large before it starts lifting up its own weight. And you need a really big, huge power supply on it, which often most of them are tethered to the ground, because that's the only way you can get the high voltage. Apart from those drones that we looked at, also used a small fan in the middle for lift, and a iron battery, and it was huge, and like 5 meters by 5 meters, to be able to lift it up like a conventional drone. So yeah, we know it's possible, but is it practical? You know, what's people said here? Never give up. Obey. Okay, you can go ahead and live stream a video exactly of it in action. Yeah, show us a live stream. But yeah, if they manage to get something good on them, but doesn't sound like anything they were working on with aligning the magnetic force of the individual atoms at nanoscale, right? I don't think there's anything to do with that, by the sounds of it. So anti-gravity, not exactly in this case. I wonder if it would work better with terahertz frequencies. I reckon it would. And you have to get the right resonance. Maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe it's sort of rocking because it's creating a resonance field and a pulse with maybe gravity, maybe, or the Earth's magnetic field actually, or some other thing they've not discounted. So it rocks a little bit. Rocks upwards like it's losing weight and then comes back down again. But that's the sort of thing Towers and Browne was working on with the lifters, right? And it was going up and down all the time. It was pulsing, and they couldn't get it continuously going up. That was the whole problem with it. Probably what they're doing is exactly the same, right? Kirk Jamungle, Theory of Everything. He's asking here about the ether, or the ether. There's a word that means different things to different people. Those who are advocates of it, which Tesla was, what is the specific mathematical meaning you intend when using the word ether? And I said here, no maths. Concept like a field where energy comes from the universe, so it could be dark matter where dark energy is radiant, which atoms absorb to maintain mass. So Higgs field, therefore flow of energy, what is gravity? That's how I see Tesla's concept. That's what I replied to him. If you starve energy to the atoms, mass will reduce. Bingo, lighter than air, hypersonics. Need metaskin that can block the dark energy or slow it in the Higgs field. So, it might be that my theory is a good one. Or what I've received in the dreams is a good one, but I haven't got the science know-how to implement it, and that people that are physicists or scientists might read that and actually think, oh, that's a very interesting idea, let's give it a experiment and actually try and do it in the lab. But the thing is, I think the whole problem is how to block the energy being stored through a metaskin. What kind of metaskin would you need? And how would it work? How would you manage to block energy that we can't see being absorbed into the atoms to be able to reduce the mass? Now, I reckon it would have to be a combination of metamaterials with a resonance frequency where the atoms in that skin are vibrating back and forth at a really fast rate, and the radiant energy can't get past it because the atoms are bumping into the flow of energy going into the rest of the structure, right? And those energies vibrating back and forth in the skin are going to be absorbing the radiant energy, which will probably be a wave, probably. into the atoms on that surface level and not actually getting to the atoms at a deeper level, so their mass starts reducing. That's how I'm thinking how it works anyway. Oh, we got through all the tabs. So is there anything else anyone else wants to bring up? Else we might just wrap up for the day. I think everybody's gone to sleep here anyway. I don't think we've had many people on today, which is a bit of a shame because MoJo was quite good, I thought. So here we go on Pilled, because that's getting worse and worse as time's going on too. Oh, we got 4 likes there. Oh, thanks guys. We got up to 52. When we first started we were getting up to 100, 150. We're gradually dying off on Pilled there for some reason. Maybe it's the time of change of day that we're using now. I don't know. But anyway, thanks guys. Yeah, how are we going on Rumboard? Normally get up to 8 there. We got 5 watching there on Rumboard. Hi guys. I think we lost 1 sub a couple of weeks ago. Again, hit a like there for us on Rumble. Before we sign off would be great. Twitch, have we got anyone at Twitch? We got 1 person there watching, but no one's commenting. And x.com or Twitter. We got a blank screen, I have to reload it somehow. I always have this trouble every time. Have we got anyone over there? I don't think anyone was joining us on there either. Oh, we got 1. We got 1 person. Anyway, I'm going to wrap up now and let you get on with the rest of your weekend. Hopefully you enjoyed what we did today. We'll look at more UFO videos next time, I guess. But we got a few there with MoJo and whatnot. So I'll say good night now. Hopefully we get more people joining again. Else it won't be worth doing it. Anyway, I'll bring up the end credits. Take care on the roads, and I'll see you again soon. Yes, I'm not doing Odyssey anymore, but we weren't getting anyone there anyway. But it will add the episode there automatically as soon as YouTube's processed it. BitChute adds it normally 2 days later, but we ain't streaming there yet.